And it is live. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Renegade Operative, and welcome to TCP Podcast Episode 10, the pre-stream. I would like to welcome you to my guest here today, which is Mr. Devil Hunter James. Introduce yourself.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going good on my side, at least. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Bio Devil Dom. Introduce yourself, good sir.
How's it going today, guys? Glad to be here once again, and getting ready to talk about Dark Souls 3 and From Software.
Yeah, so basically this pre-stream, since everyone has been playing Dark Souls 3, I figured it would be best to talk about our history with From Software and Dark Souls 3 itself. Talk a little bit about our history and give our impressions of what we think about Dark Souls 3, how is the game functioning, and comparing it to other titles from Software and what we think of that. So the first question at hand is very general. What is our experience with the From Software Souls series? Who wants to go first?
I'd say James should go first since he's the most experienced.
Sure, no problem.
Sure. Let me see. I don't know what drew me to the first Dark Souls. I didn't know anything about Demon Souls because I was primarily an Xbox player at the time. And Demon Souls is only on the PS3, so I wasn't aware of the game. Then Dark Souls 1 came around and my friend told me it looked interesting, so I picked it up. I had no idea what to expect other than that it was supposed to be very difficult. So, I played it for a while, I got my ass kicked, but I don't know what it is about that game that got me so intrigued with it that I kept on playing it regardless, and eventually I beat it. And I loved the hell out of it. I played 2. 2 is, they because Miyazaki wasn't directing it, they kind of screwed up some of the way the world is built, and some of the mechanics were kind of broken sometimes.
Yeah.
But overall, it's a decent game, but it's not a very good Souls game, as most people would say. Dark Souls 3, on the other hand, I would say I would have to tie it with 1 in terms of my favorites, because I've been loving the shit out of it. I have played it for about 63 hours from what my game time says.
Yeah, if I can go off of that, the first Souls game that I played was Bloodborne. Now, initially I was going to pick up Bloodborne at another time. I was going to get it around launch, but I decided, nah, I think I have like plenty of games to play that will keep me occupied. So I skimmed out on it for a long time. And then when I decided to finally pick it up, which was from a gift, I really loved the hell out of the game. I think that from our playthrough and from our sessions that we had, it really was that type of game that would not let up. It's like you can't go in there expecting to scrub it out and not get your ass kicked. It's a game that requires a lot of patience, skill, and it rewards you in the process when you learn how to play those titles. So it's unlike any RPG I've played because, I've come from a time where it's like everything was turn-based. Yeah. And that's what I had to deal with. I didn't deal with a sort of fast-paced action RPG. So it was a first experience for me. And it was something that I really liked. I liked how the game really didn't hold your hand. It just throws you into the world and it expects you to try to survive the best you can. So that's what I really liked about Bloodborne, and I'm getting the same vibe from Dark Souls 3 as well. It's something that, they don't bullshit. They have hints here or there, but really you can just go into a place and you can get demolished if you don't know your surroundings. So that is something I really enjoy about this series, is that it takes a lot. You have to pay attention. You can't just go in there thinking that you're going to be the best you can unless you really know your shit. So, what about you, Dom?
So I was familiar with the Souls games for a while. I hadn't gotten into them until James introduced me to Bloodborne. He let me game share it one time, and I just thought it was an interesting game as much as I was really bad at it, though, at the time. So, playing through it, I couldn't help but think, like, You know, this really reminds me of something we haven't seen for a very long time, like back on like the PS2 era, for example, where you would see like a lot of this like Gothic architecture, and you'd see like this really cool um, really cool environments and just enemy types and whatnot. So that's what kind of drew me to it. I ended up renting the game, going through a playthrough of that a little bit, and then I eventually picked it up. So, you know, I really enjoyed the hell out of it. I ended up picking up the DLC too and enjoyed that as well. I think I completed the DLC 2 or 3 times now. And yeah, so, you know, I ended up picking up Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, you know, starting to go through playthroughs of that. And I also need to pick up 2 so I can see what fans have a problem with in particular with that game, so I can have a better understanding of it. And at the moment I'm going through Dark Souls 3, and I'm not sure my exact time on that, but I'm assuming it's going to be around in the 40-hour range perhaps.
Yeah, same here. I haven't been putting a lot of hours into the game as I would love to, but I'm eventually going to go back and I'm going to try to at least beat it before I go back to Bloodborne. And it's sort of going to be a back and forth of Bloodborne, Dark Souls, so I can get a better taste of how the series originated. But moving on to question number 2, this is a question for me. Would you like to see From Software make another iteration of the Armored Core or Tenchu series? Fuck yes. I'm a big fan of Tenchu. I haven't played any of the Armored Core games besides, I think I played Armored Core 4 just a little bit. It was, my session with it was brief, but from the customization that you can have with your robot, I liked how that was implemented, and I would like to see more. If they went back to either, I would be totally fine with it, because I think my favorite Tenchu of all time is Tenchu 2. It was absolutely great. I love the fact that you can play with 3 characters. I love the fact that they were all different. I love the fact that they had all these different stealth kills that you can do. It was fucking amazing at the time, and they should definitely go back to form with that one. What do you think about this, James?
I would definitely say Tenchu, considering the last Tenchu I played was Tenchu Z, and it was alright. The only issue with Tenchu Z I had, though, was if you look at it now, it's, oh my god, it's dated. It did not age well.
Yeah.
And it's before Demon Souls, so this is before FromSoft really got off their feet, I guess.
Yeah. But I put it like this, for the games that they made, at least they tried. At least they had some formula going on where a lot of games, they tend to lose their identity, like Resident Evil 6, for example. So it had something going for it, and I think that if From Software went back to it, considering how successful Dark Souls and Bloodborne was, then they could probably try to implement new things that they haven't tried before with these series.
Yep.
What about you, Dom?
I would say I'd like to see a new Tenchu game, considering that we don't really see many, you know, feudal Japan era games these days, especially like ninja games, for example. I mean, we got, what was it, Ninja Gaiden, but I don't think Ninja Gaiden can hold everyone off forever. So I think we need some variety within that type of genre, stealth genre at least. You know, so like I think that if people saw that we had variety within the stealth / ninja genre, I think people would be pretty excited for that. And it's From Software, so perhaps they can learn from their flaws with Tenchu Z and move on from there. I've never played Armored Core, so I don't really have an opinion on that. But I think people would like to see a new Armored Core as well.
Yeah, I never played it. I played, like I said, I played only a little bit of 4, but my time with it was brief. It wasn't as long as I would like to play it, so I might go back to those games, considering I can emulate them on my PC. But moving on to question number...
Wait, before you move on, Koss just joined.
Ah, Mr. Koss. Came right on time.
Hey, Koss.
Hey, Koss.
So, just to bring you up to speed, we're doing a discussion on our history with From Software and Dark Souls. Where, in particular, we might be talking about the new game, which is Dark Souls 3. So, we're giving our impressions and we're talking about our history and all that stuff. Dom, do you want him to go back through the last 2 questions that we answered, or do you want to continue on from question number 3?
I would say give him the chance to answer the first two questions since we're not too far into this document.
All right. So the first question was, what is your experience with the From Software Soul series? And the second question was, would you like From Software to make another iteration of Armored Core or Tenchu?
I don't know any of those two games you just named, but my experience with FromSoft was like the first time was Bloodborne that I actually played the game, a Souls game, anyways. I loved Bloodborne, but I know when the game first came out, all the bosses were pretty aggressive and they really aggressive. They attack you back to back, don't really do anything like that. But after a while, it got fixed, and I think Dark Souls 3 is doing that too right now. Some of the bosses, like the dancer and the other one, the Pontiff something, I forgot.
Oh yeah, he's an asshole. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That boss.
Yeah.
Those guys are way too aggressive. Like they don't. Like when I look at the windows, I have to do anything. Like I can't dodge and heal. I can only dodge or heal and take a hit, and that can get you killed. So I hope they do the same thing with Bloodborne. I mean, they do the same thing with Dark Souls 3 as they did with Bloodborne to fix it. Like, give you breathing time. But so far, I love how the game is. I love how much depth it has, and the lore and everything is so fun with it. Like, you have to figure some stuff out yourself, connect stuff. And I haven't played the last two games, but I know there's a lot of throwbacks and stuff.
All right, that's pretty cool. For number 3, basically, this is from your experience. Which is better between Bloodborne, Demon Souls, or Dark Souls? Kyle, since you just got here, I would like for you to go first.
I like Bloodborne a little bit better because it has more gothic feeling to it, and the enemies and the feeling. It's just amazing. I like the weapons, but the bad thing with it was like there was not enough weapons in my opinion. Even though you're just gonna grab 2 and stick with it. And I would really like to see a second one.
What were you saying, James?
I was just agreeing with him on the weapons part. That did irk me. I was like, yeah, there's not that many weapons compared to the other games they make.
I have to agree as well. From my experience with it, even though it was brief, there doesn't seem to be a lot of variety with all the weapons. Like, I have a basic weapon set now, but it doesn't seem like you're getting them constantly over and over again. You're getting new stuff like Dark Souls 3. That is a clear difference. I can honestly tell right out of the gate that Dark Souls 3 has a lot more weapons than Bloodborne does already. I picked up like 10 of them already as opposed to like Bloodborne, which was like 6 or 7. So I can already tell about that.
I think that the even with the DLC, which increases the weapon count, it still kind of feels lackluster in that sense because you don't get that many. Really, the only thing that you'll notice is that you'll get like a different variation of the weapon you already have that enables you to have like different gems put on them.
How do you feel about this question though, James?
Between Bloodborne, shit. I think Demon Souls is good, but it does have its own issues. I think the lore is what most people love about Demon Souls the most.
That is one I haven't played.
It's I would say it's worth trying if you want to see where the entire Souls franchise originated from.
What about you, Dom?
I would have to kind of agree with Koss. I think that Bloodborne is probably the one that would be my favorite, considering that it was my first experience with the Souls game. And I don't know, I just feel like the more fast-paced gameplay it suits me more personally. That's not to say that I don't like the more difficult challenges that you face in Dark Souls. And when it comes to Demon Souls, I would have to agree with James. I think that the lore is what kind of brings you into it, but it's a very dated game. There are things that just kind of... It screams dated when you play it, when you go backwards instead of from Demon Souls and then forward. And it's very noticeable because you'll notice some mechanics don't even... apply to that particular game that do apply in the later games.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. My favorite one, I would have to say Dark Souls 1 so far.
Uh, my question is going to be very short on this. I'm going to go with Bloodborne because I think that that game had a lot more speed and it had some good things to it that I kind of miss now. Like, some people say that they like the shield and they like the parry with that. To me, it's the opposite. I like the gun. So
Yeah.
I would have loved to see like maybe a throwback to something like that in Dark Souls 3 where you can find a gun and you can do crazy shit with it. But again, I think that distinguishing them is the best thing that they could have done because it makes them feel so different from each other. So while I do miss the gun, I am glad that at least, you know, Dark Souls 3 does not feel like a complete copy and paste of Bloodborne, and it has its own properties that feel unique to that series.
Mm-hmm.
So but I do like Bloodborne just a little bit better, and I think the atmosphere was a little bit better for it as well. I like that whole dark gothic vibe that they had going on because this is the sort of same stuff that they had going on with Devil May Cry 1. So that stuff kind of resonates with me a lot more than all the stuff I'm seeing in Dark Souls 3 so far. But I do like both series, and I hope that both continues, you know, successfully. Even if they aren't doing any more Dark Souls after Dark Souls 3, I hope that the Souls series continues on.
Before we move on, what was the name of that one game that was similar to Bloodborne? I know you were telling me about that the other day, James. It's a PS1 game.
Nightmare Creatures?
Yes. Yeah, that one is very similar to Bloodborne.
Yeah, it really did remind me of it. It's like a very retro Bloodborne. But I thought that was awesome for it.
Mm.
I've heard of that game before, but I never played it. I
You
might,
could emulate it.
yeah, I might check it out out of curiosity's sake, since I can emulate it, but I've never played it. I know they had like a sequel as well, so yeah.
Yeah, the sequel has music from Rob Zombie, and you're forced to play as the antagonist who looks like he just got out of an acid trip or something.
Oh, so basically I get to play with a bunch of niggas on LSD. Good to know. But moving on to question number 4. Most longtime fans consider Bloodborne to be the easiest of the Soul games. For those of you who started with Bloodborne first, then move on to the other Souls games, do you think that this is true? How much of a learning curve would you say there is jumping from Bloodborne to Demon Souls and Dark Souls? I would say it's quite a bit, considering all things. Like, you just can't. I think with Bloodborne, there's a lot more mechanics that you can do if you're good at parrying. Like, if you're good at parrying, then the game is easy as piss. With Dark Souls, it feels like you have to get lucky, and if you don't, then you're gonna take that hit. So I think that there's some mechanics that you have to adjust to if you jump from one to the other without knowing clearly what's going on with that one. I think it's going to be harder for people who are on their first playthroughs of it, and they won't be able to distinguish the two, like I said.
Mm.
So what do you think of this, Dom?
I was going to say that I would have to agree. It is kind of a there's a bit of a learning curve. I would say that when you get the basic mechanics down of Bloodborne, with the exception of the weapon transformation, it's you know, you understand some aspects of the game, like lock on, for example, and your basic attacks. However, when you move on to stuff like blocking and the parry being much different from Bloodborne, for example, in Bloodborne you had a gun, and that's what you would use to parry with. And so the difference between a gun and a shield is that obviously the gun is going to be faster in terms of parrying as opposed to the shield, whereas the shield you have to be like frame perfect in the Souls games as opposed to Bloodborne. So there is a bit of a learning curve, but I would say it's not extremely drastic, though it can be a little bit frustrating at first when you're getting into the other Souls games.
Yeah, like, there were some things that I completely just didn't know. Like, it was some certain things that was going on with the weapons that I wasn't accustomed to. Like, you need to wield this weapon two-handed. You know, I didn't really get those sort of indicators in Bloodborne, so I was confused at a lot of things at first. But when you get the hang of it, it takes you just a good amount of time. It gets really simple after the fact. I think that the main struggle is going to come from boss fights, because compared to Bloodborne, they are a lot more like, it doesn't seem like it's easy at all. They don't hold your hand. It seems more difficult than anything to really take down those bosses, as opposed to Bloodborne, where it seems like it's more fast and furious and you get the pattern way easier, I feel, in my experience.
Yeah.
So
So what about you, James?
I definitely would consider Bloodborne easier, mostly because having my hack and slash background, I kind of picked up on it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Especially because it's not as fast as something like DMC3, where you really have to have Twitch reactions all the fucking time, where you're gonna get killed for it. Bloodborne, I felt it was easier for me to pick up. And I do agree with Dom on the parrying. It is, I would say, almost drastically different. For starters, with the gun, you can parry people from a distance, so you can do it in somewhat of safety. In Dark Souls, if you fuck up the parry, you're gonna get smacked in the face. There's no debate about it. Let me see. Wait, what else? Learning curve. Yeah, I would definitely say Bloodborne is the easiest so far.
Do you feel, just a quick question for Dom, do you feel that Dark Souls is a little bit more meticulous in its design?
It can be. It depends on how you look at it, really. I mean, there are things that, Bloodborne doesn't do that Dark Souls does. I would say, if anything, it would be the amount of exploration in Dark Souls, because there's a lot of exploring as opposed to Bloodborne, where it seemed kind of smaller.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was going to touch on that too, is that Bloodborne feels a little bit more linear in some stages.
I would also say that the difficulty, you can tell that there's a difference in difficulty. Like, going in Dark Souls and Demon Souls, it feels like what Bloodborne is by like New Game Plus 4, in my opinion.
Jesus.
As much as I like Bloodborne, I do have to give that game some criticism. And maybe if that game ever does get a sequel, those things can be improved on.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. What about you, Cos? Ripperino?
As for Bloodborne being easy, Dark Souls, agree with that. But I will say some of the enemies just hit too hard. So obviously that will make it harder, but it kind of shows that I won't say unbalanced.
So, hold on just a second. Is Cos cutting out for everyone else?
Yeah,
little bit.
You're cutting out a little bit, Cross.
Like, I know you were talking in mid-sentence and everything just went downhill from there when it came to cutting out.
And I'm trying to fix mine.
Okay, cool. If you want us to continue until you fix it, that could be fine. But we're on question number 4, so I guess we can go to 5 real quick if you fix it or not.
I mean, it's fixed, but if you want to move on, that's fine.
Oh, go on.
Okay, so my voice is good, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
you're
good
good.
now.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
fine.
So I would say the Dark Souls is like way harder than Bloodborne. I was playing on New Game Plus 7 on Bloodborne, and when I jumped into this, I honestly felt pretty much the same difficulty. And I didn't go with a really experienced class or anything. I just picked up the Knight class, and I stuck with it. And I was struggling some points, but I started to see how unfair it is when I'm fighting Knights, especially. The
Lothric Knights?
the what?
You talking about the knights with the red plate?
Yeah, the Lothric Knights.
Yeah.
Man, fuck those guys. They're a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
The thing is, the reason why they're designed. The thing is that FromSoft is aware of the circle strafe strategy that everyone uses, including myself.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they made the enemies more asshole-ish. Like they will smack you. They'll block you with the shield if you try to go around them a certain way. Like they tried to make it harder to abuse backstabbing, I guess. Even though to me it didn't really work. I found ways around it. Once you learn their patterns, there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, here's the thing though. They will shield bash you if you try to get behind them. They literally always have their shield up, unless they run out of they want to attack you. They don't get staggered if you attack them once. And if you don't try to backstab, you can't stagger them. You're trying to get close to knock off their shield, and a certain distance you get to them, they attack you, and the kick you do practically does nothing. So I would say that's just unfair because they're making the knights kind of flawless. Like you just have to take damage to do damage to them.
The reason they don't stagger is because of the poise system that they kind of brought back, which the player has too. If you wear heavy enough armor, you can also ignore certain hits. And for the shield thing, the only way around their shield for me was to attack them to the point where it broke their guard, and then repulse them, because in Dark Souls 3 they took a mechanic from I think Dark Souls 2 where if someone's guard gets broken and you push R1 on them, you will do the parry or post thing. So it's an immediate counter if they lose their guard. That's the only way I could get around their stupid shields.
That is honestly the only way. I two-hand my katana and just hit them till they go through the toss mode, if I can. If not, then I'll just dodge their attack, hit them once, back off, and that's it.
Pretty much.
One more thing that I actually forgot. Never mind. Go on. I forgot.
If I'm not mistaken, Dark Souls does not have a visceral, with the exception of a few enemies in Dark Souls 3.
Actually, they did that. I noticed that very rarely, because maybe you have done this yourself. Have you ever done something like the visceral to bosses when they're stunned?
Mm-hmm.
It is, yeah, because I was like, oh shit, they took it from Bloodborne. They gave us a stun move. Although you stab them and twist the sword or something like that now, instead of ripping their flesh out like in Bloodborne.
Yep. I don't know if any of you guys fought the Nameless Knight.
Nameless Knight?
Yeah.
You mean the Nameless King?
Nameless King. Oh, I think so. That's what it is.
Was he the guy on the dragon?
Yeah, you can get a. Yeah, you can.
I've done it to him.
Which I'm still on that boss fight. Right now, I'm trying to.
I can help with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
I'm not even that far in the game yet. I'm stuck on the.
Yeah, after this, I will definitely jump on that.
Yeah, I'm not that far either. I played a little bit, then I put it down. I'm trying to play it in moderation, but I'm really enjoying it for the most part. So, we're moving on to question number 5. How would you feel about a Neo x Bloodborne crossover?
A what?
A Neo x Bloodborne crossover. You know that new game Neo that they showed off that looks like Onimusha?
The Samurai Dark Souls game?
Yeah. Who wants to take that first?
Just out of curiosity, are you just referring to like both like franchises meeting up, or just?
I guess you could say maybe meeting up, trading certain characters and gameplay traits. You know, we don't rarely see crossover games that much, but what they usually do is they share assets from each other. So, I guess would you like to see a game in that vein where it's like they share traits similar to each other?
I don't know how that would work, though.
Yeah, I would say no, but if it's like crossover DLC where you see like, you know, like armor sets from Bloodborne or from any of the Dark Souls games make their way into, you know, Neo, I think it would work fairly well.
Mm-hmm. I think that I think that Japan, they love to do this stuff the most, where you usually see crossover games from them like a lot more often than you get in the West. So I think that some stuff would be cool that they would do. Personally, I don't see why they don't put enemy dismemberment in the Souls series, but you know, they could do something like that. It's just a little thing that counts for me, so I suppose that they can do stuff like that, or maybe share armor, or maybe character skins. That would be pretty good to see. It's always good to see some variety. Yeah, it's always good to see some variety. So what about you, James?
Yeah, for Bloodborne, I definitely would say the dismemberment, given the fact that Bloodborne is a much more brutal than Dark Souls. Like, there's a lot more gore in Bloodborne by a long shot than Dark Souls, so I think a little dismemberment would probably suit it.
I mean, Bloodborne
Yeah,
already says blood in it, so it's supposed to.
exactly.
Yeah, lots of blood, but I'm not sure about dismemberment because I don't remember there being any. But maybe I'm wrong on that. If I'm wrong, you can always,
In
quote me.
Bloodborne?
Yeah, in Bloodborne.
No, there's no dismemberment. I'm saying if they were to take that from Neo and put it in that game, yeah, that would work.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
For Dark Souls, I don't feel like it would, but yeah.
Yeah, I had to clarify because I only played through Bloodborne one time, so I had to let that be known. What do you feel about that, Cost?
Damn, what was the question? Oh, the Neo and
Bloodborne crossover, yeah.
I would like that to see a little bit more like samurai or maybe even ninja action in there, just to have a little bit more katanas and things going on in that. But I would say I prefer the Bloodborne mechanics better. I mean, the parrying is too easy. I would just like to take out the range you can parry people at, but leave the amount of time you have for it in there. I don't know much about Neo, but I think you can use magics and stuff, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I would like to do that in Bloodborne. It not a
They
magic.
tried to do it, but
Yeah.
it was really weird and I didn't like the way they tried to do it personally.
Yeah, they took Quicksilver bullets and shit, so it didn't really work out.
Real quick,
Go on.
it seems like everyone's cutting off on my end. Is anybody else having that issue?
No?
No.
Nope.
No? Okay, it's just me. That's fine. We don't have to switch or anything. I was just wondering if that was an issue for everybody else.
No. So we're moving on to question number 6, if everyone's okay with that.
Yep.
Considering Dark Souls 3 is supposed to be that of the last Dark Souls game, do you think that Bloodborne may continue with possible sequels? If not, what franchise or genre of games would you like to see From Software tackle next? I suppose I would like to see them do a hack and slash. I mean, a proper hack and slash, like fast paced. That would be something that would be interesting, in my opinion. So what about
I
you?
could see that.
What about you, James?
For them to do a fast-paced hack and slash, I could definitely see them doing that. Or at least I could see it being interesting, given as long as Miyazaki is directing it, since he's the genius behind all the Souls games, I would say it would probably work out in a hack and slash style.
You know what I was thinking? What if they approached it in the way that Itagaki approached Ninja Gaiden? Go in there,
Oh, God.
make it fast paced, but make it hard.
That motherfucker has no self-control, but that's why I like him.
Yeah, yeah, that would be
He's
pretty crazy.
The testers told me that it was too hard, so I made it harder.
Yeah, that is literally something he did.
Jesus, yeah, that would be absolutely insane. I can see a lot of 1 out of 5s going around due to those casual reviewers, but that's besides the point.
Overwhelming mechanics.
Overwhelming mechanics.
I will never forget that stupid statement.
What do you think about that, Dom?
Yeah, if not, fast paced. Actually, you know what? Since we brought up, Tenchu earlier, why don't we have Tenchu in that sort of style where it's a fast paced hack and slash game?
It won't work.
With stealth mechanics too.
I kind of agree with
How
James
so?
because
It won't work. It's a primarily. I mean, you can fight in like Tenchu Zero and the other Tenchu games. You can fight, but like the game isn't really built around the fighting. It's built mostly around just stealth.
the
kills.
stealth. So this is a problem that I think the developers at Metal Gear Rising had, where they couldn't make the stealth and action work. So it was
It was
mostly
the other way around, I think.
It was.
No, I mean how like Tenchu gets the stealth, but the fighting still needs work. Whereas MGR had the fighting works, but the stealth was very minimal.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying is that the stealth, they said that the stealth was, they couldn't get the hunter mechanic to work or how you hunt your prey, and they said that the frame rate had issues. So I think that as long as it's something that is fast and furious, but it doesn't cause issues, it might cause them a problem. But I don't know. I would prefer if they stick around stealth for that series, to be honest. And maybe they can make a spinoff because, as you know, Tenchu has a lot of spinoff games. So they could get away with it. Actually, they really could get away with something like that. But Dom, you were saying something? I think Dom cut out.
Oh. I was saying that you guys were cutting out a lot for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back out of the call and then rejoin and see if that fixes that issue.
Okay, cool. Okay. While we're on that,
be just a moment, but
okay. While we're on that, I guess we let Kaz go next.
For a fast-paced game, well, if it's gonna be done by FromSoft, I really would like a 60 frames game. Like, this is when I play Dark Souls, when I get a hit because I know there is a frame delay, and I can feel it because DMC courtesy, it kind of gets on my nerve because a game that like this that is so critical for you not to get hit and like get out of the situation. 30 frames really doesn't work for me. I'm not gonna be clingy about it. I'm not gonna be like one of those guys, but it'll be the greatest improvement this or Bloodborne can get.
It's on PC. Dark Souls 3 runs at 60.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I like it way more. But yeah, if I put the disc or I downloaded Dark Souls 3 data, my laptop will explode.
Yeah, I think that their next goal should be creating a game that's 60 FPS across the board, and then they could experiment from there. I think that's, at least for the bare minimum of their next game, whether it be like Dark Souls or something else, I think that needs to be the standard, and then they can see where they go from there with what they create. Like I said, I would love to see a hack and slash where it's just balls to the wall hard, or it takes a lot of skill to learn, because I think that they could do something in that effect.
Actually, it's funny you say that because Dark Souls 2, the Scholar of the First Sin version of the game on PS4 runs 60.
Oh, it does. That is one version I never played. I need to play that.
I think the only reason why I run 60 is because it's a last gen game on a new gen console, so it doesn't. It's it's easier to update.
So it's like a remaster.
Sorry, which question are we on?
We're still on question number 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much a remaster.
Which number were we on? Number 6.
Okay.
Did we finish?
We left off on 7.
Oh, okay. So number 7 is.
Did we I don't no.
Oh yeah, Dom, you didn't finish 6. You didn't do 6.
Yeah, we'll let Dom tackle 6.
Yeah, you're right. I started talking about how Tenchu might be interesting if they might do like a
No, that's for what genre do you like to see from software tackle next if they
and I brought up what if they did like Tenchu but a more like fast paced, because you guys brought up action hack and slash games, and I thought what if they did like a Tenchu spin-off where it's action based rather than stealth based.
Yeah, that definitely makes. I said that made a lot of sense if they try to stick to stealth, and they might come to some problems like the MGR team. But who knows? Maybe they could pull it off. Only time is gonna tell if they go back to that series or not.
I mean, if anything, what they could do is try to work on the attacks or whatever, rather than so that way for people that aren't good at stealth. Have alternate options of playing the game, and it would give you a different way to play the game if you are good at stealth.
Yeah, but Tenchu punishes you for sucking at stealth. Like, you get a serious shit ranking.
You do.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think it shouldn't punish you for not being stealthy. I think it should just give you an alternate method of playing.
They do have alternate methods, like there's boss fights.
It definitely punish you if you don't do it stealthily.
Yeah, but they have boss fights in Tenchu where you do actually have to fight, so. It's not like they haven't done it. But the game doesn't pride itself on the combat.
Yeah, it prides itself on the stealth and how you tackle the mission. So as long as that isn't taken away, then I'm fine with them doing something or a spin-off, like I said before, where it's like it's not really stealth, but it's just using those characters and their abilities.
Are we? Quick question: are we recording right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool. Just
Ow.
just making sure of that.
Also, that killed my
But,
ears.
That killed my ears.
I think everyone else went. So I mean, are we good to move on or?
That is pretty much it for number 6. Moving on to number 7. What's your favorite weapon or armor set within the Souls games? What weapon or armor set do you like using in Dark Souls 3 out of what you acquired so far?
Who wants to go first?
I think James should go first.
Oh, go ahead, James.
Oh, that's easy. The Fallen Knight set is the sexiest thing I've ever had in this game. Like, it suits. It feels like the armor set looks like a mix between Bloodborne and Dark Souls, because it's a knight set, but it has a coat, so it reminds me of Bloodborne.
You mean the black cape?
So, the one that I'm always wearing.
Oh yeah, I had that one too. I gotta agree with that one.
It's my favorite. I feel like they did it as a mix of Bloodborne and Dark Souls. As for weapons, the Chaos Blade hands down is fucking godlike. It is horrendously broken. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say for now, all I've been using is the Fallen Knight.
What about throughout the Souls?
What happened?
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
What now?
I was gonna ask James, what about throughout the Souls series? Like, what about your favorite weapon and armor set throughout the Souls series outside of 3?
Outside of 3 is tough. Actually, shit, I have to look it up because I wore it in Dark Souls 2. I actually had some decent looking armor at least. Souls 2. It was like a really dark armor, and it came with like this. There was a Japanese like samurai character in Dark Souls 2 that you fought. So his headpiece was I think his Saralon or something. His headpiece was awesome looking because it had like a super long ponytail to it.
Great.
And the rest of my armor was just black, and I used the Alon sword or whatever, which was like an Odachi.
Oh, the washing pole?
No. It was in Dark Souls 2. Well, the washing pole is in Dark Souls 2, but it was it looked like almost like shit. I don't know how I would describe it. It's a katana that had it was a katana with the handle was the same length as the blade.
Oh, the Naginata then.
Kind of. Still a katana.
Yeah, because
though.
the Naginata would be like that, where it has a very long handle, but is the length of a katana in terms of the blade.
I think so.
But I was gonna say my favorite armor set has been the Fallen Knight, just like James said. And I guess for the sword, I've been using that ice sword. I don't know what it's specifically called, but that's what I've been using.
Irithyll straight sword.
Yeah, the straight
It's
sword.
Irithyll straight sword, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been using, and so far, it's a weapon that I really grown accustomed to. I'm pretty sure if I find something else that's stronger, I might ditch it, but that's what I like using so far. So what about you, Cos?
In Dark... Well, wait, does Bloodborne count too?
You can
Yes.
count other games. Yeah.
Okay, in Bloodborne, I really like Burial Blade, obviously.
Yes, I knew it.
And I would say my second favorite, ironically enough, would have been either the Holy Blade, the Holy Moonlight Sword, my bad, or the Shikage, which I barely used because I'm trying to get my blood tinge up, but I mean Dark Souls 3 comes out, so I don't know if I'm going to play that game anymore. And armor, it was kind of a mix and match for me, so I can't really decide which one I like the most.
I thought Eileen's was your favorite. The Crow set.
Eileen was, because I didn't have anything better. But after the DLC came out, I got a few other stuff that when I next to matched it, it looked amazing. It didn't look Reaper-like, but it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Souls 3, so far, the washing pole is my go-to because the range and it's the second highest damaging in katanas and has the second highest bleeding. So I'm happy with it. As for armor, since I do care about stats too, I would say Silver Knights. I would prefer Black Knight, but the stats on it is really bad, so I would say Silver Knight is way better for me. But anyway, that's it.
So Don, what about you?
As far as like weapon and armor set, I would have to say the Simon's Bowblade from Bloodborne is pretty cool. I really like that. Although the only complaint I have about it is that you can't use fire or lightning paper on it or bolt paper on it, so you can't stack the arrows, which would take your silver bullets away from you. But you can't stack that onto those to give them a little bit of a buff. As far as a particular armor set, I really liked using the Old Hunter's hat, the Charred Hunter set, or the Charred Hunter chest piece, Yamamura's gauntlets, and I believe I used, I want to say I used an Old Hunter pant legs, or trousers, so that's what I would use in Bloodborne as far as an armor set is concerned. For Dark Souls 3, I have been using the Black Blade, thanks to James, because he ended up finding it for me and upgrading it. I just really enjoy using the Thief hood. I think it looks pretty cool, so it's like James said earlier to me, it's like glued to my head at this point.
It's glued to your head?
Yeah, dude, that motherfucker wears that with everything.
You have no idea, I love that HUD. Actually, my character at the moment kind of looks like Ezio in AC Revelations, with the way that his chest piece is set up. Although I might switch it out for the samurai Eastern chest piece.
Dom's gonna get his Onimusha on.
So moving on to question number 7.
Actually, Ren, one thing. I saw you post or tweet about a ninja set.
Oh,
I know there is something like that in Dark Souls, right?
Oh,
yeah,
the shadow set.
The samurai set. I kind of wanted my character to have some samurai armor. I wanted it to look something like the armor that Tatsumaru had from Tenchu 2 when you put it on. But other than that, I couldn't find anything that looked like it, so I was asking James or Dom, was there any sort of samurai or ninja armor set in the game?
There is, but and when I showed it to you, it wasn't really up to snuff to what you were looking for. I mean, that's not to say that it won't happen for DLC, perhaps, because usually the DLC has new armor sets and weapons to look forward to.
Yeah.
And from my understanding, from my understanding, before we move on, apparently, since Dark Souls 3 is supposed to be the last Dark Souls, they want to potentially do smaller DLC stuff outside of just the expansions.
They already have a season pass, right?
Yes, but they were talking about potentially doing just smaller stuff that won't get tied into the season pass. The season pass is just for the expansions.
Okay, I see. Hopefully they have some more armor sets. I wouldn't mind checking them out if they do. But I did hear that the last games they had the sets in there, so I might be able to pick one up if they have something that I'm looking for. But we're moving on to number 8. Once again, we just answered number 7, so we're on number 8 right now. If there was one IP that currently exists that you would want from Software to helm, which would it be? I want to go last on this. I have to think about that.
I want to say, if Capcom would actually pull their heads out of their asses, they should get From Software to do a new Onimusha, or perhaps even a Chaos Legion.
Those two I would fully agree with. That's the one I was thinking of because I played Chaos Legion only once, but from what I played, I really enjoyed it, and I beat Onimusha 3, and I guess those are the only two I would think of that they could do from Capcom, in my knowledge, because I think that the whole samurai, aspect would be interesting for them to tackle.
Yeah, and it would, assuming that it would be in like direct competition with something like Neo, I think it would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that would be pretty fucking cool, actually. I would love to see them do that, but of course you gotta have Uno up in the building, so that's another problem entirely. So
Or yeah, we don't want a no problem.
oh no. So James.
Oh yeah.
James, what do
I'm
you
gonna
think
keep
about
bringing
this?
up the oh no problem. I'm sorry.
What do you think about this, James?
I'm not too sure. There's an IP that currently exists. You know what would be cool? They should tackle a Gundam game since they did Armor Core. That would be probably cool.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty good. Why do I didn't think of that? Yeah, Gundam is the only thing I see them doing with Gundam is the Dynasty Warriors stuff, which, to be honest, I really don't like that style of play. So to see something more deeper would be interesting to see, actually.
Yeah, that's what I would want, something deeper since they like to do that.
What about Cause?
What was the question? Because I was away. Yeah.
If there could be one IP that you would like to see the From Software series do, what would it be? Like one existing IP.
Actually, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. No.
Yeah.
Any?
Uh-oh.
Dom?
I think he cut out.
No, you're here.
I can. Yeah, I think he cut out.
So rip Skype.
Perhaps. I mean, we can still hear each other. Kos, I don't know if you can hear us, but if you can type into the Skype chat, maybe we can reiterate what you were trying to say.
Yeah, because what happened was you cut out severely. Again, we have to we apologize for all the technical issues.
He dropped the call.
Yeah, we apologize for all the technical issues. It's been something that has been going on across the board, actually. So it's something that we do severely apologize for. But we're gonna try to carry it on.
Oh, no, he's back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's alive.
Yep, he's back.
Why?
You were saying, Kos, because you got cut out when you were
yeah, I just
talking.
didn't say about that one, so we can skip.
Okay. So we're moving on to question number 9. If you were in charge of making the next Souls game, what would you choose as the new game setting and time zone? Feudal Japan?
Yep.
Yeah. I
would have to agree with that one.
I couldn't think of anything else but that. What about you, Cos?
I mean, nope.
Oh, Dom, you're...
No, Dom.
Yeah.
Don't go on.
No, Kos can go. Kos can go.
I'm trying to
I'll
give it
go.
a thought. I'm trying to give it a thought, so go on.
Oh, okay. Move on, Dom.
Okay, that's cool. I would say actually what would be pretty interesting too if they not necessarily tackled modern day, but maybe like a futuristic setting, perhaps. I don't, I think it'd be pretty cool to see. Although we've been seeing as of late that a lot of games are trying to go for that futuristic setting and trying to ham-fist it down our throats ever so slightly, but I think they might be able to pull it off as well. Perhaps they could also do something that is similar in the vein of like something like Castlevania, although of course we know that Konami probably won't do another good Castlevania game, unfortunately, but it would be pretty interesting to see maybe Maybe if they took like some inspiration from Castlevania and some vampire, cool vampire lore and whatnot, and not gay, sparkling Twilight shit.
Oh my god.
The roast is real.
Oh man. James, do you want to elaborate, or Cause, that you finish your thoughts yet?
No, still haven't.
All right, go ahead, James.
I pretty much said the same thing. Something because it's so the next Souls game. Where would you want the new game setting? I want to go to all these places that they keep talking about. All these countries that were destroyed over the course of time. There's Astora, Karim, the quote-unquote Eastern lands, which we all know that they mean Japan in this game. Katarina.
Maybe
There's
they
all
can
these
do it for an
places
expansion.
I wish. There's all these places that they talk about a lot, and you see, like, you can make your character look like whatever country they came from, but you never get to see it. I thought that would be amazing to see all these famous places in the Souls games that you don't get to visit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty much all I'd want.
So, would you be okay with something like, maybe, this is just a suggestion, open world to see all this stuff, or not?
You mean even more open world?
Yeah, even more open world.
I wouldn't mind.
Like, traveling from country to country, that you see all this stuff happen.
Oh yeah, that would be hype as fuck. Yeah, I'd do it. Definitely.
So, go ahead, Kyle, you were saying something?
So if it comes down to that, I would go with what James said too. I would like it to be a little bit more open world. Like, I don't want to be always in the same atmosphere or area, especially. Like, if I could actually travel, like, longest, like, a great example. Again, you guys haven't got to this part, but when you go to the Dragon Peak or whatever it is, that transition is really awesome.
I love that place. Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's like a completely new area with new everything, like new enemies, which fuck them, by the way, I hate them. But everything that happened between that time zone, it was amazing. The transition was completely different because the whole game, everything was so dark, right? Besides the very beginning of it, which was sunny and everything. After that, it just got dark and it stayed like that. So the transition it took between that and the Dragon Peak was amazing. And if more of that can happen with more areas, I would be happy with a Dark Souls team.
So, Dom, I need you to do me a favor.
Yep.
I need you to take the reins for questions 10 and 11 because I have to go move some furniture, but I'll be right back for 12.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright.
1 second.
In the meantime, I guess to avoid the dead air, I'm going to talk about how awesome the Soul series is. I have to ask James a question.
Shoot.
Looking forward to Demon Souls. I haven't played it. What could I expect from that game?
I'm so sorry. I got interrupted, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just asking James a quick question to avoid the dead air. But I just wanted to ask him for Demon Souls, what I'm looking forward to it, but what can I expect from it?
Really good lore, a very different atmosphere than Dark Souls. Well, not very different, but it's mostly a different atmosphere. Dom might know what I mean by comparison.
Yeah, Dark Souls and Demon Souls, there are similarities to the atmosphere, but there's distinct differences between the two. You know, I think I would describe Dark Souls as a more...
Dark Souls, what most people call it, is dark fantasy.
Yeah, I would say like it's almost like that. There's more like chaotic things that are going around within the world, whereas Demon Souls just kind of feels like things are a little bit more calmer. And there are certain points where it might seem that it gets like really dark. However, it's nowhere near on the level of Dark Souls. I think Dark Souls and Demon Souls are very different when it comes to what seems very dark and what doesn't.
Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna go move the furniture. So Dom, you can take the reins. I'll be right back for question 12.
Yeah, and I apologize for causing some dead air. That was unfortunate. But that said, due to the difficult nature of From Software's Souls series, would you like to see this formula to continue for the rest of their newer IPs, of opting the philosophy of making newer titles, or opting to make newer titles more easier? This is number 10. Or I mean, I'm sorry. No, that's number 11. I'm sorry.
Wait, why are we we're skipping 10?
I'm sorry. I skipped 10. My bad.
You scrub.
Let's go back to
you scrub.
I'm sorry. I looked at 10 and then I saw 11. Favorite boss from the Souls games. Also, of the bosses that you've fought so far in Dark Souls 3, which is your most favorite?
Who wants to go first?
I'll let Koss go first since he's been going last a lot of the time. If you don't mind me putting it on the spot, Koss.
Okay, what was the question again?
Favorite boss from this game and in general for the Souls games. You played the others. And you can include Bloodborne if you want.
I only played two. Yeah, I only played two. And favorite boss. I mean, James, you already know this. For Bloodborne, I'm just gonna go for a top 3. I'm gonna go by number 3, 2, 1. Third favorite boss was a mini boss actually, which was the Bloody Crow of Canehurst. It's after you finish Eileen's quest. I love that. I love that mini boss fight. Second one would be Gehrman.
I knew you'd pick Gehrman. I had no question you were gonna pick him.
And the first one definitely goes to Maria.
Yeah.
Those two fights, I actually have a save file where I can go back to back fight both of them, just for the fun of it on New Game Plus.
Nice.
So how about you, James?
All right, I was gonna. I'll take it. Yeah. If I had to pick an overall, I might do a top 3 as well. I can't just pick one. I'm sorry, it's impossible. Top 3. Sir Alon from Dark Souls 2. If there's one thing Dark Souls 2 did right, it was the DLC, and man, I got to finally fight a fucking samurai boss. It was awesome. Let me think. So, what happened, Goss?
When did I get cut
off?
When did I get cut off?
For 3 seconds.
I think it was earlier.
Like, what was I saying though? Was I on Dark Souls 3?
Oh no, yeah, you didn't do Dark Souls 3. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So for Dark Souls 3, it was Nameless King and the Dragon. The Dragon, I liked it because it was like a one-shot way to do it, and a lot of people didn't do it unless they looked up a guide or something. But yeah, that will be it for me. So go on.
Okay. And you were saying, James?
I said Sir Alon because I finally got to fight a samurai boss, something I always wanted in the Souls games, and they did it in Dark Souls 2. Knight Artorias is probably one of the most amazing fights in the whole franchise to me, as well. It is very Artorias. If you play Dark Souls 1, you will hear his name all the time, and you'll be wondering what he's like, and then in the DLC, you get to fight him. And it's like, holy shit, he's crazy. Actually, in Dark Souls 3, the wolf, you already know the Wolf Knight armor is Artorias' armor plus his sword. So you if you use his sword, you get a brief idea of how he fights. He's just a very iconic character to the Souls games.
Yeah.
And I think top 3. I guess I'll pick one from Bloodborne to wrap it up for me with those. Bloodborne. I'd have to say Maria. She's really fun to fight. Just a good old one-on-one hunter fight. And for Dark Souls 3 so far, I would have to say Ponty Sullivan Kappa. No, fuck that fight. If I had to pick an actual one, oh, that's tough. I guess I would have to say the final battle, which I'm not going to say the name of because I don't think any of you have gotten to that part yet. But yeah,
no,
final battle's pretty fucking hype. But the Nameless King is
Alrighty.
pretty cool too. But I'm done. You take your turn.
So I think I'm gonna do what you guys did as well. From what I like, Demon Souls has the one fight where you fight the you fight that like one knight down in the Valley of the
Oh, the Garl
Deprived, I think it
Vinland?
was called.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with
I
Garl
really
Vinland.
like that fight. I
Oh, so
really
you,
like
you
the
like the
area of that fight too because
I was gonna say you mean you're talking about Maiden Australia, then that boss fight.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
because I really like that fight in particular because it just really reminds me of Berserk, and especially when you look into the lore of that, it's just like holy shit, this is basically what happens at the end of the Berserk anime. So I really like that one, and then for Bloodborne, there's actually two fights that I really like. I really enjoy the first fight with the cleric beast, not the one that's on fire, but the one that's in the standard game, and then Father Gascoigne is probably one of my other favorites, is because you get an idea of how the game is going to play after you get to him, and it gives you a sense of like, oh shit, this world is really dark and really fucked up. So as far as like previous Souls games, those are my three favorite. For Dark Souls 3, I like the Deacons of the Deep, mainly because of the fact that it really reminds me of RE4, and I really like the music from that particular boss fight. And then the two other fights that I actually like are the trying to think. There is the boss fight. Right, the Crystal Sages aren't too bad. I actually thought that was pretty fun. And then I want to say the Abyss Watchers are probably my all-time favorite in that game.
Shit. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, that was on my list too.
Yeah,
Charging.
yeah. I think they were. That was a pretty nice fight. The way that they tied it up, and they made it look so much worse than what it was going to be. But it's once you get the hang of it, it's a pretty fun fight. But now that that's out of the way, let's move on to question number 11. Due to the difficult nature of From Software's Soul series, would you like to see this formula continue for the rest of their IPs instead of opting to the philosophy of making newer titles more easier and accessible for casual scrubs that don't know how to learn to play the game?
Oh boy.
I will say that I think that if anything, they need to make their games as hard as always. I would hope that maybe they can do something where the game gets harder if you make it such, just like in the Souls games. I think James, you would definitely agree with that.
Mm.
So, what do you guys think?
I would say not. I would say still difficult, but they don't have to be always as hard as Dark Souls. Not to sound like a scrub, but they don't always have to break my balls. They could still provide me a challenge. But yeah, I do agree they should probably stick to the difficulty being from hard to throw my controller at the wall hard.
Yeah,
We do need more of those games.
yeah, for sure.
As long as they don't have a difficulty select, please don't. No, don't.
Yeah,
If it's gonna be easy, it's easy. If it's hard, it's hard. Don't give me the option.
Yeah, I actually like the way that they're doing it now with the Souls games, where like you don't have a difficulty select. It's as difficult as you want to make it to be, and it gets more difficult the more you play it. I.e., the more you do New Game Plus. So, I would actually prefer they stick with something like that. And yeah, I would have to agree. We don't see too many, like difficult games these days because for whatever reason we see developers trying to cater to casuals that usually put down the game after a few minutes or after they've gone through the first run. So anything that's hard is very welcome. But what do you think, Koss?
As in how hard that game is, um, I like the difficulty. Like I don't mind taking that much damage. I don't mind getting like rushed down, but they really need to tone it down a bit so I have room to breathe.
Mm.
As I said before, my I can't blame it on my reflexes because right now I'm playing DMC and I'm on par with everything. So
Right.
it's just that you can't heal and just do anything afterwards. You either heal, take the hit, or you just die. That's what it comes down to most of the time, especially with the dancer. She does moves that nothing would be able to do. Like the way she turns around 360, her back breaks and hits you and you die. Like pretty much.
Yeah.
one-shot.
Yeah, yeah. I actually did try that fight myself, and it wasn't happening.
Yeah.
To me, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're saying that they should not necessarily make it easier, but they do need to work on like balancing.
Yes.
Would you say that's correct?
Balance. Yep. Yeah.
Pontiff.
Hold on, let him say his piece.
Yeah, balancing is definitely something they need to work on. I know they will. There's an update coming tomorrow, so
Yeah,
I hope
they're
think.
Oh, Cost got cut out again.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
back.
there we go. There we go. He's back.
I said there's gonna be an update coming out tomorrow, and I hope they fix things. That's it.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, to kind of stick on this question a little bit longer, from my understanding, the update is supposed to fix like balancing issues, network issues, because I'm not sure if you noticed, but we've had trouble actually getting 4 players on for whatever reason.
Wait,
3
it's
seems to
always
work
hard
fine.
to get the third summon.
Yeah, it's always the third summon that, for whatever reason, seems to be an issue. Actually, now that I think about it, to kind of diverge a little bit until Ren gets back for number 12, how do you feel about the co-op and just the network features of the Souls games? If you want to go first, Koss.
Oh, just co-op, or can I talk about PvP?
In general.
Both. Yeah, just networking, co-op, and PvP, all that stuff related to the Souls games.
All right, I got you. I got shit ton to say about this. Okay, first going after the worst one, in my opinion, is the co-op. Why the hell do I get less than half my Estus? If I have 15, which is the maximum amount you can carry, why did I get only half of it? Why did I get 7 instead of
I know why.
8 or something?
Mhm.
Because
I
they're trying
think
to
it's a
yeah,
balancing thing.
How is it balancing? The enemy has to
No,
double
I think
health.
what they did is
Why
they
can't
did it
both-
to make it harder. I think they did it so you guys can't basically steamroll all the enemies because you all have your max power. I think that's why they did it. At least that's what I assume the reason is.
Well, I hope so. I mean, at least bump it up to 8, not 7.
All right, I'm back.
When you have the max, hey,
Ren, we're just since you're back, we were actually just talking about the networking, PvP, and co-op, and I was just having them talk about that before you got back, so
Oh.
we can fill the dead air.
Okay.
But I'll let Koss finish, and then I'll have you and James go before we move on to question 12.
All right.
okay, so for co-op, I just want to have either the embered health that I can have or more flasks, because 7 is just not acceptable. And the amount of time it takes, especially considering the amount of time it takes to just drink a Estus flask, like the guy just pulls it out, looks at it for 5 seconds, and drinks it. Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, I would say it's not the same like using blood vials in Bloodborne, where you just hit your thigh or whatever in that game.
That was a
and it's
design
almost
choice.
instant.
I know. I already know that was their design choice for Bloodborne, was to speed it up.
Mhm.
Well, I prefer the blood one way better. And I think that's why the game was easier, because you actually had the time to heal and dodge, which that's why I hate Dark Souls 3 right now. For co-op, not co-op. For PvP, I've noticed that I get hit when players are at least 20 feet away from me, and I'm in the middle of a dodge.
Yeah, I've noticed that myself. And,
That's an issue with all of them. To be fair, I agree though. It is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a lot better in this game though than it used to be. Oh my God, Dark Souls 1, you will get raped by like phantom range attacks that you won't even see. So it's definitely a lot better than it used to be. Trust me.
I haven't played the Dark Souls game, but that's definitely a reason I wouldn't if the PvP is like that. Or I've just played offline.
Yeah, just play it. I would say don't know. Definitely play Dark Souls 1. It is a great game, but don't worry about in PvP. It's irrelevant.
And one more thing I would like to with PvP is like the summons. That you're fighting one person, then like two others spawn. That one is a little bit annoying. I think they should make it like if you're like a single person, they should like two pop out. Just stick it with one. But if there's like a person co-oping, then okay, two people, maybe even three people can pop up. Because combined,
you can only have two at a time, I think.
It's two
it's
live
two invaders.
players.
Yeah.
Two live invaders, but NPC invaders can come in, and they don't necessarily work with each other.
Yeah, I've noticed that they attack.
Yeah, invaders can kill each other if they want to.
But yeah, if they can fix the whole phantom ring shit with the PvP, I would love it. Because the 3 times that I died to PvP was because I was in the middle of a dodge, the guy was way far away from me, and I still got hit and died. And yeah, as James said, I was ready to throw my controller at the wall.
So, you know, that said, what do you think, Ren, about PvP, co-op, and just networking?
They need to fix those summons really bad, because
it's the third phantom that fucks up.
In
the
our
first two always work.
In our playthrough, we could not get like 4 people running, so there was a lot of issues with that. As for PvP, it seemed like it was easy if you had more people. For single player PvP, obviously, you know, it's like, to me, it's like trial and error. Sometimes you beat the shit out of them, the other times they just kill you with some bullshit. So
yeah,
it hasn't been the most entertaining experience for me for PvP, but again, I think that you can kill the other player if you're really good enough to do it, or you can parry him. That will take him out quickly. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on with that I'm still learning. But overall, my first impression of it is I don't like it that much. And then for everything else, like invasions or whatnot, I think that it's fair to have like 2 people spawn in if there's a party. But for one person, if they're having like 2 or 3 people spawn in, then that might choose to be chaotic. Because as much as the invaders can attack you or themselves, they can always just decide to gang up on you, which will be bullshit.
Or run away and let the enemies help them.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. They like to aggro the enemies a lot. And then
because the enemies are on their team, technically.
Yeah. So that's all I see, is that they run towards the enemy pile, and then they expect you to be stupid enough to chase them, which, from our experience, we just sat back until they came to us, and then they died.
Yeah,
you're right. You know, I would have to agree that, you know, the summoning for co-op is kind of annoying because it's not always working, especially for the third summon. However, I will say from my experience with Bloodborne over time, as the game gets patched, you know, things like frame rate for co-op and just summoning times do get improved, although sometimes it's not foolproof. It does get fixed over time, so that is something I've noticed about From Software's patches, is that they do tend to fix a lot of things. Even if it's not necessarily foolproof, it does fix the game drastically. But one last response before I let Ren take back over. What do you think about that, James? Like PvP, co-op, and networking?
To be honest, I don't like that in previous games, if you were to play online, you would most certainly get invaded, and it's a really annoying feature to me. To be honest, it's more of a detriment because the PvP isn't the greatest. I mean, there's a very hardcore fan base towards the PvP. Like it's not entertaining, but it is the most stupid. There's so many exploitable tricks you need to learn to be good in like Dark Souls 1, for example. I do think Dark Souls 3 has vastly fixed the PvP because, as you can see, now I'm destroying people with the fucking katana run.
Yep.
But I wish, and I know everyone uses the stupid excuse of, oh, we'll just play offline. Well, I don't want to play offline, but I also do not want to feel like getting harassed by people every 2 seconds. When the previous games that happened in Dark Souls 3, it feels like they did fix that though. The only time I seem to get invaded is when I'm with co-op partners, which I think that they might have been something they did. Although I have been invaded by myself before, but not very often. I feel like they should have had a ring or an option to just turn off invasions for certain things. I don't think it should always be required. But that's just me.
Yeah. Or just have to go off of what you were saying, just have a ring that not necessarily disables it, but makes it less likely to happen.
Yeah.
But that said, let's have Ren take over for number 12.
Okay, so most of the Souls games run at 30 FPS, depending on what platform you're playing on. There are a few titles that do, however, run at 60 FPS. We've seen the Souls-like game like Neo running at 60 FPS, and it seems that people are using it as an argument against From Software for limiting their games, with a few exceptions, of course, at 30 FPS. What do you think about the frame rate? Do you think that certain Souls games need 60 FPS as opposed to 30 FPS, or do you think that all the Souls series of games should run at 30 FPS? Shit.
You want me to take this?
I'm thinking about this one. I think that naturally 60 FPS feels better. It's always going to feel better than 30. I was saying this earlier, but I think that the standard should be for From Software to make a game that's full 60 across the board and then experiment from there. I think that is prevalent. As for the comparisons with Neo and Dark Souls, well, I think that obviously they probably already had that as a point that it was going to be 60 FPS regardless. Whereas the Souls series seems to be like 30 FPS on consoles and then 60 on PC. I agree that it doesn't seem fair, considering that there have been PS4 games that has done 60 FPS. But another thing I'm thinking is that maybe they did it to cut a corner for design. So maybe they wanted the game to come out faster, and that's why they placed it at 30 FPS on consoles, and then they decided to do 60 for PC because it's more optimized for it. I do think that, like I said, it should be 60 across the board, because 60 is going to feel a whole lot better. You won't have things like, you won't be wondering questions like Cos said, where there's something going on with your inputs and you might think some lag happened or something like that, whereas it feels a lot more smoother that way at 60 FPS. So that's what I have to say about that. I think that it would be more fair if they decided to do that in the future.
Can I go next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shoot.
Okay, so this goes for pretty much every and any company there is out there. If you're making a multiplayer game in any way, whether it's co-op or PvP or anything like that, it needs to be 60 frames, because there's already delay with the connection issues. If you're one of the people that doesn't have a godlike internet, or even if you have it, you play against someone that has a bad internet, you will already have the connection delay, and that 30 frame delay, it does not help. People don't notice it as much, but you can definitely feel it if you're used to playing so much. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Souls game with the 60 frames and that type of PvP. Like, it would be great if everyone can do this, but so far, any company that has the 60 frame games, so far they just complain that they say, oh, like, it's short because it's 60 frames or something like that.
And I also think
I don't want it to be used as a...
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just think it sets a dangerous precedent because if it drops below 30 FPS, then you're definitely going to notice it a lot more. If it drops at 60, it might be like 50 or something like that. It might be a small frame drop, but you might not barely notice it as opposed to going like sub 30 FPS. So it's kind of dangerous to do that, but at the same time, some people might prefer it that way. That's my point on that. Because I know James said, he said this before that, what was it, he prefers the Souls games at 30?
No, I said I don't mind them.
Oh, okay.
If they go to 60, oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. Now we're on DMC reaction speeds. I got this. But, like, I don't mind them. It doesn't bother me until it really lags or something. If it's not lagging and it's usually a constant 30, I'm like, I can work with this. I'm flexible enough to give it a shot.
What about you, Dom?
I think that I'm kind of in the middle with this. Like, on the one hand, I can see where James is coming from, where it's like, for the most part, when it's stable, it works. It's not, dropping a crazy amount of frames. But then there is Bloodborne, and that game really, really feels like it needs the 60 because of the fact that it's a much faster-paced game. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were shooting for 24 frames at one point for something like that, or maybe that was the frame rate it was dipping at. But that said, I really feel as though the 60 frames would have been preferable for a game like that because, you're constantly moving, you're doing all this movement, the bosses and enemy types, they're moving really fast, and you gotta stay on your toes, and that's a game that I feel like 60 would be preferable. Dark Souls, while it would benefit from a 60 frames, 30 frames is not too bad, but there are times where it does seem like it drops. So I think, if anything, 60 would just be better so that it doesn't drop all that much.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I was saying. Like, I think it'd be better if it was 60. I know that some people, they don't mind playing Dark Souls at 30, but I think that 60 would make a hell of a lot of difference. So, we're moving on to question number 13. What other class would you have chosen if you had the option of selecting a second class? Shit. Okay, I know I'm a knight now, so maybe I would have been a thief. I think that maybe that would have been cool to play with if I had the opportunity to switch between the two. So that would be my second class.
I can go next if James doesn't want to. Or... Okay. I don't know. I think maybe I would go with Mercenary as a secondary class. I kind of like the design of how they made the Mercenary in the game. But when I was looking through all the different class sets when they before the game launched, I just couldn't help but thinking, the Knight seems like one of the best classes. It just, in design, it looks pretty cool. I really like the hood. As James said before, it's like glued to my head. So, it was why I chose that one in the first place. But I think for a secondary, I think the Mercenary would be a pretty cool secondary choice.
What about you, James?
It's kind of a weird thing because, you can be whatever in this game. Once you have all the equipment you have, you can do it however you want. But if we're talking about how I would have started, I was pretty happy with the Mercenary class, although the wooden shield sucks my ass. I'm sorry, I hate that shield to death.
Well,
that shield was no help.
Okay, no Captain help. America.
That was the one. Okay, look, that was the one downside is you can. Good luck blocking with that piece of shit. That's like me blocking with a wooden raft made a 2x4 board and fucking cotton to tie it together. It was that bad.
Damn, I almost thought you said. I almost thought you said it was a shield made of 2 twats. So I almost say, what the fuck?
No, but it was a poorly made piece of shit. I don't know why they gave that to you. They could at least given me a buckler or something. But other than that, I maybe I would have played the thief or the assassin. I guess if I had to pick again. But I was pretty happy with the mercenary class, aside from the shield being shit.
So, what about you, Kaz? Kaz is Rip?
I'll see there.
I don't think so.
Awesome.
The orphan of Kaz has killed us all.
You know he hates that fight, right?
I don't like it.
The irony is that he hates that. Yeah, it's ironic that he hates that fight.
I didn't like it too much either. I thought that, isn't that guy that, like, teleported to different rooms and shit?
No,
No.
that's Nicolas Cage.
Oh, okay.
Orphan of Cause doesn't show up until the DLC.
Oh, well, then I
not fought him
probably
yet.
will. I probably will hate him, I'm not gonna lie, but I hated that Mikolash fight, and I probably won't like Kaz either, so there you have it.
Wait, what would you like? Why?
We
No.
were talking about...
We're talking about the Orphan of Cause.
The orphan. Oh, he did here. I was gonna say the orphan of Cossum.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say his fucking name.
What is your name? This is what makes it so damn funny. It's your name.
There's a reason why he's an orphan.
There's
Yeah,
a
he's
reason
an
why he's
orphan.
an orphan.
Koss kicked his ass to the curb and said, "Fuck you."
Dude, in New Game Plus 7, he's ridiculous. It's not fun to fight. Ever.
But we were asking you if you had to pick a secondary class from Dark Souls 3, what would you pick?
Assassin.
Assassin.
Either assassin
did
or mercenary.
What
did
did
you
you
start
pick for your first
The
one?
knight.
I went knight because it was the most balanced in all stats and quality build. So yeah. I think assassin just because of the spell it has, the one that makes it
The
not
hush spell.
Yeah. Wait, no, the one that makes you take no damage from falls.
Oh, I thought they had the one where your footsteps are silent.
No, the one where you can't take damage from falls. I think it's the same spell actually, James.
Fall
That
control.
one, you can skip so many areas, and the most damage I've taken in this game, ironically enough, is from falls. It's ridiculous how much fall damage you take.
Yeah, it doesn't seem... I
If you
think,
play Demon Souls, there is very little fall damage, as Dom has also seen, I think.
James,
Yeah.
I think you were talking about that where you were like, you wish there was some sort of ring to stop you from fall damage in this game, Dark Souls 3, because there doesn't
Or at
seem
least
to be any.
reduce it.
Yeah, or at least reduce it, because there doesn't seem to be any. And I fell from great heights before, and I took a lot of fall damage, so I was like, God damn, I just wish that I could get to this area faster instead of having to run all the way around and then make a U-turn and then go here.
In Dark Souls 2, there's a ring that reduced, a cat ring, I think it was called, that reduced fall damage significantly.
Mhm.
But they don't have it in this game
Yeah, they do.
for some reason. Did this in Dark Souls 3?
I have it, yeah.
Oh, I must have missed that one. Is it the cat ring?
Yeah, it's called the cat ring. When you put it on, there's a symbol of a cat under your health bar. It's ridiculous.
Oh, they took it from Dark Souls 2 then. Alright, they took that from that game. That works.
I don't have it.
Also, the... Ah, shit, I forgot again. Oh no, I was gonna say that the two ways... There's one spell that makes you take no fall damage whatsoever. If you can fall from, like, the top of the library, I forgot what's it called, to the bottom, and you will not take...
Oh,
a
the Grand Archives?
Yeah, the Grand Archive. And I don't know if this is 100% true, but I've definitely seen a difference. If you have a higher dex, the higher your dex is, the less fall damage you take.
I think that was something they put in, yeah, when now I think about it.
So if you're having trouble with fall damage, that's two ways that you can go about it.
Yeah, it does. It says it. Reduces damage taken when falling.
But I think we need to move on to number 14, because we got like about 3 more questions left. So number 14 is, if there was a Souls-like game that you either played or you have seen gameplay of that could potentially be just as good as From Software, that... Wait, what the fuck? What am I reading here? Alright, hold on. Let me start that over. If there was a Souls-like game that you've either played or you have at least seen gameplay of that could potentially be just as good as what From Software has created over the years, what game would it be and why? Remember that series of games that they had called Kingsfield?
Oh, no.
I was just wondering if the lore was interesting, if they could convert that and maybe update it to where it has like better gameplay, but they don't use the gameplay of the older games because I haven't played them. But if they aren't up to snuff, if they're like outdated, then I wouldn't want to see gameplay like that happen.
Oh, outdated? I told you about this. Out motherfucker, man. You want a frustration? This Kingsfield 1 is harder than any of the Souls games by a landslide because the controls suck so badly. Oh my god. There's no analog support either, so it's even worse because of that.
Don't they have like tank controls or something like that?
Yes.
Oh.
And guess how you look? You look up and down with the shoulder buttons like, no, get out. I'm not playing this.
Oh, that sounds so jaded.
It is redundant.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds
It
me
has
of how
even less of an explanation than than Dark Souls itself.
that reminds me of how the control scheme was for Mega Man Legends, where you had to use the triggers to turn.
Oh no, Legends controls a lot better. Trust me.
No, but it just reminds me of that, where if you had to turn the camera like left or right fast, you would have to press the triggers. And these days, of course, that would be outdated, considering the fact that you have a circular camera. So I can definitely see the frustrations on that. But maybe if they could take the lore and adopt it to something, that would be something interesting, considering that From Software helmed those games. What do you think about that, Dom?
I think that if there's any game that could be just as potentially good as what From Software has done over the years, I think that you know, Neo has the potential to be just as good, just from what we've seen. And of course, there's a demo that's coming out in about a week, I think, or even less than that, because it comes out on the 26th. It might be a week, but that said, you know, it is coming out, so I think it has the potential to be just as good, if not better. So only time will tell, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that only time's gonna tell on you know, what they bring to the table, or what they could potentially have be just as good as the stuff that they created over the past few years. I think that they're evolving. I mean, they definitely have a formula that a lot of people like, so that hasn't gone out of the equation. I just think that they should expand on it and make it just a lot more better, or create something new if that's the case. So what about you, Kaz? What do you think about this?
I would go with Neo. Like, since I saw that little small trailer about Neo, and I was like, whoa, there you go, Samurai Bloodborne, and I loved it. Especially it has that anime feeling to it too, that you can use spells that summon shit, and it's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, Neo, I can't wait to play the demo and finish it and get that extra shit for the game.
Oh, the free DLC if you
Yeah.
did the demo. That was probably one of the coolest things for that demo.
Yeah, in terms of either strategy or something that looks like it could be really hard, I think that maybe Neo would be the best comparison, considering that it does look like it adapts some sort of style that looks akin to Dark Souls and Onimusha put together. But at the same time, I think it might have the potential to be really good. Because I really am looking forward to that alpha. I think it comes out, what, on the 26th? Yes.
Actually, what is it? The creators stated that they took a lot of inspiration from Demon Souls, actually. So the very first Souls game is their inspiration, partially.
Yeah, so they have something. They have a foundation that they're working with. But in my memory, I can't think of many other games like Dark Souls or Demon Souls, or I really have to think about something like that. But James, did you go?
For
Question number, let me see, 14.
Oh, another Souls-like game that they have created. You mentioned the Kingsfield thing. I would definitely like to see them redo it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with not shit controls. Please, for the love of God, that game, I can't play it. Other than that, that's about it. That's pretty much all I'd want. I would be interested in the games just to see. I assume though it would pretty much be a first-person Dark Souls, which that's fine. That's still different because it doesn't play exactly the same in that regard. Then perspective can make a very big difference in the gameplay.
Let me see. I guess Dom, you already went, right?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
did.
so we're moving on to number 15. Would you recommend the Souls games to a friend, or if you're a content creator, or to your followers on YouTube?
I'll go for this one. Since I, was introduced to the Souls games by James, who is a friend of mine. I would say, yeah, I would recommend it to really anybody that, wants a challenging game and, really likes the way that a lot of old school games used to be like. And the Souls games definitely demonstrate that. They have that difficult challenge and just the way that the level designs are just very reminiscent of what we've seen in gaming generations in the past, So I think, yes, I would recommend it to really anybody, not just a friend or my followers on YouTube.
I would recommend it, but it's gonna be all judged on your taste for role-playing games in particular and games that are hard. Expect
If
to
you're
get
a
your
scrub, don't play it.
yeah, expect to get your ass kicked. I'm sorry. Like if I was recommending this to my followers and they were kind of used to games that were niche or way too easy, then expect Dark Souls to not be anything like that. Expect it to be hard and enduring, and expect to learn in a certain way that you aren't going to go in there and like learn everything day one. I think that's where people get lost, is that they expect to learn a game day one and surpass it and beat it in a sense of 24 hours. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you will not jump into this game as a first-time player kicking ass. The game is probably going to be kicking the crap out of you for quite a while.
Yeah.
Until you get used to it.
If you don't like punishment, then I'm sorry, that is not going to be the game for you.
I think one thing that pisses people off about Dark Souls is if there's no glitches that happen to you during like a fight or something, it's your fault generally. Like minus specific boss fights in Dark Souls 3, some of them are a little iffy, like Pontiff himself. But like Dark Souls 1, for example, if you die 95% of the time, it's because you fucked up, not because the game borked or the game is cheap.
Yeah.
That's something that a lot of people have a hard time swallowing, is the fact that they're the ones that screwed up.
Yeah, like, I will say some of the stuff I seen, some of the deaths that I had, they weren't cheap or they weren't due to the fact that, I didn't have basically all the weapons that I needed to beat a certain boss. It's very balanced in a sense that you could have the tools for the job to take something out, but it just depends on how you disperse those upgrades and what you have available. I will say, if anything, it depends on your preference for how you level up, and it depends on how good you are at dodging, all sorts of other mechanics that you have to take into consideration that a normal casual player wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think of this, Kaz?
Well, to be honest, pretty much every single one of my friends have the game, so if I could recommend it to anyone, I would say if you're a short-tempered person, make sure you have a lot of money, because you're going to lose a lot of equipment playing this game. I used to be like that myself, so yeah, I did punch my goddamn couch when I was fighting the dancer for the 4th time. Like, I literally...
Carlos, you're gonna hate me, because I actually beat that on my 2nd try.
Like, it's funny, the 2nd try, James, I got him to the D of his dancer health. Like, it was at the D. And she did this acrobatic fucking mumble jumble breakdown.
Was it the thing where she spins really fast over and over and over for a while?
I have still not got hit by that move. She did this 3-hit move that literally goes all over the place. She hit me through a goddamn pillar while I was healing, so... yeah.
Damn.
Now, I know this is kind of getting sidetracked, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is that dancer supposed to be inspired by like Arabian dancers, just because of the motif that the armor that boss fight has?
Yeah, kinda. It does have that feeling to it, and I say that because and know a little bit about that culture.
So I guess we can move on to the final question, which is number 16. What are your thoughts on Dark Souls 3 so far? I guess I'll go first as a first timer. I think it's pretty great. Like, all the stuff I said previously factors in. It takes skill, you'll get rewarded. It's not a game that you go into expecting it to be easy, which is what I like. A lot of developers feel that maybe easy games should be a precedent, and I don't think that it should. I think that
Please, no.
I think that there's a fan base for this genre of games as well as anything else. So I would definitely think that it carved out its own fan base, and it carved out something that is really interesting to get into as a newcomer. I think as a person who likes role-playing games, you will love Dark Souls, especially considering the fact that it's a lot more fluid and faster than a lot of your turn-based systems. So if you're getting into something new with that, then you will like this game. And if you like the difficulty, it's just an added bonus. So what about you, Dom? What do you think of this?
I think that I've been enjoying my experience with it so far. I want to do a I wanted to do a is it worth picking up video, which is basically like a pseudo review series where I talk about whether or not the game is worth picking up at the asking price. But what I might do instead is wait till I've completed every single Souls game and platinum every single one of them, and then do just like an just do a complete video on them, talking about like each and every single one of them, talking about the DLC, and just kind of doing like a series overview and whether or not they are worth going back to. So, but I've been liking it so far, and I've been really enjoying it. I just hope that with the upcoming patch, they fix a lot more, like the network issues, especially with summoning, because it seems that whenever you're trying to get that third summon, it doesn't show up, or it does show up, but then when you do get that third person, it seems to it seems to get you to be invaded like constantly almost.
It's on purpose, though. That is on purpose.
Yeah. It's on purpose, but my God, I did that several times, like just to try to get one person to spawn in. I got invaded by like fucking 2 people immediately. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, the dried fingers are very risky.
It's risky, but damn, when it doesn't work, it's gonna suck for you. I'm telling you right now. So what about you, James?
Would I recommend it? Most definitely. If you want an action RPG that is top notch and doesn't skip out on difficulty, then yeah, I would definitely say play Dark Souls, play Bloodborne for sure, if you have a PS4. Demon Souls, if you really want to see where the series began, then yes, definitely Demon Souls. But yeah, I would definitely recommend it. It's a fantastic series. But if you have anger issues, then no.
I'm sorry, you're gonna break your controller.
Break many things. Yeah, you're gonna be like that one fat guy. You're gonna punch a hole through your laptop TV.
I remember that. Oh, Jesus Christ. What about you, Kaz?
Well, I kind of touched base on this one. I would say if you want to get into the Dark Souls game, or just Souls games, I would say start off with Bloodborne for sure. I'm not saying go to like New Game Plus 4 or something. Just like play a few times, get all the endings so you know how it plays, then move on to something like Dark Souls 2. And if you like it, then play whatever you want next.
Yeah.
Because I heard that Dark Souls 2 is the easiest out of the Dark Souls series, not everything else. Just so I would say Bloodborne, then Dark Souls 2.
In terms of easy, I would have said Dark Souls 1's pretty easy once you got it down.
Yeah,
Really?
I hear conflicting opinions.
It is easy.
I hear conflicting opinions on that. People say that Bloodborne is the easiest. Now people are saying Dark Souls 3 is the easiest. So yeah.
I do say Dark Souls 3 is easy. I just think the enemies don't give you breathing time, and that's a balancing issue. Not really.
Yeah, the enemies are assholes in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that. But if that's about it, then it looks like we finished our document. So I guess we could start doing outros. Dom, where can we find you?
So you guys can find me as biodevil_Dom on YouTube and on Twitter. And if you want to follow me on Twitch, where I sometimes stream, but very rarely now, apparently, you can follow me as Dom241996.
James, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at DevHunterJames, twitch.tv/TheHeroJames, where I occasionally stream, and on the BioDevils group, and pretty much everything that Ren does in videos.
What about you, Cos?
Can't find me, motherfucker. Nah. I am on Twitter at @CostDestroy101 and YouTube as Dark Angel or CostDestroy101 if you search it through the search box. And I just randomly do bug videos or funny videos sometimes. It's just short videos, but you know, it's if you want to have that little laugh, go for it. Yeah, that's it.
And you can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative. You can find me on Twitter at RentOperative_, where I will probably do a first impressions of Dark Souls 3 next week. I'm going to play a little bit more of this game before I decide to say anything, pertinent about it, because I feel I need a little bit more time to do that. So look forward to that sometime next Monday. I'm going to go in depth with how I played it so far, and if I beat it by then, maybe I'll do the review first. I don't know. But we're going to see what happens, and I will definitely update on more Dark Souls 3 stuff, and we'll talk about it just a little bit more if we see more news on the podcast tonight. So I am glad that everyone joined us for this little festivity, and we will see you guys later. See ya.
Yep. Bye.
Alright, I will. Right now. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 10th podcast for the Co-Operative Podcast. This is episode 10, Prepare to Die edition. We have some great guests here. First off, we'd like to introduce Mr. Arcane Magic since he wants his fucking shout out. So let's introduce this guy over here.
Sup, figures?
See, there you go, there you go. It was short, sweet, and to the point. We have Mr. BioDevil Dom here. Introduce yourself, good sir.
How's it going tonight, guys? Got some interesting news to talk about tonight, so looking forward to that.
Oh, we most certainly do, especially with that PlayStation Neo topic.
Matrix.
The Matrix.
Yo, I want my PlayStation Matrix.
Alright, we have Mr. Captain Chaos. Introduce yourself, good sir.
What's going on, guys?
Mr. Devil Hunter James. Introduce yourself, good sir. James is Rip.
Yep.
What? I heard that shit.
What's up, guys?
What was that?
I have no idea what that was, to be honest.
A little kid saying hello, motherfucker.
Let's get to Reapers, the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Scrub. Yay.
Yay, it's my
Happy
birthday, and I'm here doing a podcast on my birthday instead of being with my family, so fuck you.
You already did that shit yesterday. Get out of here.
Get this man a fucking ass cake so he can move along with his day.
The ass cake? What is that?
I
It's the
don't know.
stuff It's the stuff Ren eats on daily.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Get out.
No, you mean Levy.
Oh, well.
Probably guys
Sound like a
trust
butt
more
plug or
than before.
something?
Oh my god.
Chaos, why? Dude,
Get out.
why?
You go home with them.
Man, you need to go to home run. You need to go to first base.
You can send your ass back to
What if I've already been there, though?
Oh, you see this
You better
motherfucker.
pack your bags and stay there. Oh my god.
Alright, so let's get to the first topic of this PlayStation 4.5 codename Neo. It's priced at about $400. It comes with the latest accessories. It's like you basically get to jump into a supercomputer and ask for 2 pills, and then you get to see rabbit holes and shit like that. So, no, I'm kidding. But seriously, it looks like the specs are just a little bit more upgraded than the other PlayStation that we have now. And they also said something to the effect of there's not going to be any exclusive titles just exclusive to that version. All the titles are going to be across the board on the PlayStation 4 itself, whether you have an old one or a new one. So, what do you guys think about these price points? What do you think about them revealing this, and do you think you'll get one down the line?
Do you mind if I start off first?
Oh, by all means, Don, go ahead.
So it's a good thing that there's no exclusive games for it, because we've seen with like what Nintendo did with the quote-unquote new 3DS. That was a thing, but it flopped in the sense that there aren't that many exclusive games for that particular handheld. There's only about like, I want to say like 3 or 4 in total. So in that sense, it's a flop because no one really cared about it outside of just a few people that wanted a better 3DS or heard about it at that time. So it's good to see that Sony is not following the same route as Nintendo. I will say, though, it being priced at the same price point as the original PS4 back when it was on launch, or back during its initial launch, is kind of disappointing. But maybe if Sony actually listens to the fans, we can either get parts from that version so that way we can install it into our current PS4s, or perhaps be able to trade in the current one that we have for the new one. But that said, Sony, where's my PlayStation Matrix?
Oh yeah. Didn't someone point out that they had like a VR headset called Project Morpheus?
That was PlayStation VR. It was initially known as
PlayStation VR was
PlayStation
called
Morpheus.
Morpheus.
Yeah. So it's like it all comes together in the end because you have Project Morpheus, you have Project Neo, and then they're gonna have PlayStation Matrix. But it's overall, I like the fact that they aren't gonna have any exclusive titles to this system, that you have to go out and buy this system in order to play the newest and hottest games. I just hope that for some reason, like, I want to just trade in my old one. If I want to have the ability to trade in my old one, I should be able to do that at a discounted price. I said this earlier in another podcast that it would be great if they had the opportunity to give you some sort of discount, while the new people, they can pay this price if they want to. I just don't want to feel alienated because I have the old PlayStation and I can't really, I have to go out and buy a new one. I think that's kind of stupid.
Agreed.
Yeah. Like, I think it's good that it's not nearly as bad as we thought it was going to be with the 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Because initially it seemed like they were pulling a Nintendo and it was just going to be the NX. But it's good that at least they're not going to alienate everybody else that has PS4. So at least you can still play, like, they don't have exclusives for that system. So it's good, like, I guess if, you want to get one of these down the line, because if you just want to play games faster at a better frame rates, etc., you can get this. I don't know about the name, though. Like, I thought 4.5 was fine. I don't know why they changed it. But
wasn't it
whatever.
like either 4.5 or 4K, right?
It was it was 4.5. Yeah, it was like 4K or 4.5. But I thought they should have just kept that. I mean, it's good. It's a good idea to an extent, because at least then they're not just going to have games exclusive for that console, because that was what everyone was afraid of, that Sony was going to slowly move towards, if they were going to do the thing with the NX where, they're going to slowly move towards that console and kind of alienate people that have the PlayStation 4. But it's good that they're not doing that, so... It still is kind of annoying, though, because it's going to be $400. It's not a terrible price. I was just hoping it would be a little bit lower for people, like Renegade said, that, if you somehow they know you have a PS4 or something, you can maybe, like, trade it in, I guess, if you have, like, a PS4, and then, like, get a 4.5, something like that, and get, like, a discount, I suppose. That would be a good idea. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I can see you getting it later on. And I don't think it would be a good idea to get it like as it is now, or like new, if they're like right as they announce it, or when they launch it, I mean. But yeah, it's not a terrible idea. it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So I don't know. I'm kind of on not on the fence about it, but I'm just kind of it's all right, I guess. Fine. If somebody wants to do that, that's their
What about you, Reavers?
I think it's gonna be awesome. I actually don't mind the price because I'm fucking balling, everything.
Shut up, Rivers.
I got a lot of money. Not that much, a lot of money, but enough for my hobbies. I like the name, little stupid name, Neo. It's pretty cool. I'm actually looking at the specs that I see on Twitter, and it looks like a little bit of a buff, not too much.
Yeah, it's not too much. It's like just a little bit. So that means that maybe this could lead to a lot of games having a more stable frame rate, like 60 FPS, maybe across the board. I don't know in regards to resolution, but this looks like it could be something that will stabilize the games a lot better than it is now.
Right, and that could explain why so many things are taking so long to come out. Like The Last Guardian, I guess Mighty Number 9 could be one in that category in a way. But I'm guessing they're buying their time until that console comes out. If it's true, then because that game looks graphically impossible for PS3 and also kind of the PS4. Not really. So if this was accurate, if this information is accurate and not just the rumor, the fake, then that would explain why it's taking so long for that game to come out, because they want it to come out when it's not impossible to do without making it look ugly and low frame rate.
If you don't mind me interrupting really quick, I was just gonna say Mighty Number of delayed again just to meet the standards of the PS Neo.
Oh,
Back at it again.
Back at it again with the delay.
There is one thing I did forget to mention, and I noticed that a lot of bringing this up, the whole trade-in thing. The only thing that worries me is that they might make this like a game or game scam exclusive. I refuse to call GameStop. It will forever in my eyes be a game scam, but I hope that it's not an exclusive like trade-in deal for that. I hope I can maybe like bring it over to like a Best Buy or a Target or something like that, so that way I and many others aren't limited to just one store to trade it into when we want to replace the console.
I kind of would want to like you have to go to like an outlet, the Sony outlet store, and trade it in, because I feel like Target and any other store would try to fucking nickel and dime me, be like, all right, you can trade this in, but you still got to pay this. And the Sony store, they'll be like, no, you don't get to pay anything, you just get your PS4 upgraded. That's it.
Trade it in for like X amount of dollars, like say, I wouldn't say it would be like $20, but say like $50. Like someplace like GameStop or Target or whatever would probably charge you like $170 or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, like if you could trade it in, like your PS4, and get like a huge, well, not a huge, well, just some discount, just for trading in the fact that you have a PS4. I mean, that would be a good idea. But I don't know. I doubt they'll do that.
I think that, does anyone else have anything to say on this topic that haven't talked yet? Because we do need to move on.
I sort of do, though. The $400 price tag is pretty affordable. I mean, let's admit it, though, because the original price for the PS4 was $400. And the Xbox One was $500 at launch. So keep that in mind.
I just want to say, I think the reason why people might be a little bit upset is just because it's the same price point as the original PS4.
I mean,
I understand, it's not as expensive as it was supposedly going to be, but I think the whole thing is you're buying a whole nother console, and I don't know. I can understand the frustration. At least it's just one of those things, though. I think you just, like I said, wait for the price to drop.
Yeah. What about you, James? Quick thoughts?
Other than the price being a little weird, I think it's okay, but then there's the issue where it kind of should have been at this level from the beginning. But they had the thing with Nintendo where Nintendo jumped the gun and brought their shit out early, so I don't know why Microsoft and Sony were worried about competing with Nintendo when they've always been ahead of Nintendo to begin with, but that's my only main gripe, is I feel like this should have been the one we have now.
Yeah, well, maybe that reason is because they didn't want to delay the PlayStation 4 any more than they needed to.
They should have, though, in my opinion. It would have been better for it.
Yeah, I mean, if they I think they should have buffed it out of the gate because, as a PC owner, I am under the impression that I already have like a rig that's stronger than this, so it doesn't appeal to me because, you know, I could just upgrade that and I don't have to worry about anything like going in and swapping out parts unless something gets broken. But that's the only thing there is that I wish they could have, you know.
The only reason.
Oh, you were saying something, Chaos?
Sorry. Yeah, the only reason it would appeal to me, though, like, the only reason I can see it appealing to some people, at least, like, even I, who, you know, also has a gaming computer, you know, certain exclusives for it, would run better, that you can get on PC, so there's that.
Yeah, I would assume there would just be that buff, is if you want those games to run better, you will obviously get that version. If not, and as they said, you can play, like, all the new upcoming releases. There aren't going to be any exclusive for this, so I would figure you would just get that. You would just keep your old PlayStation if that's the case. You wouldn't get this version. But I guess we can move on to something else. Anyone want to read off what's in the document? I think Dom, you could do that. Pick something out of there.
Yeah, I can do something quick. Since we were just bringing up something that was involved in Mighty Number 9. Mighty Number 9 has once again missed its deadline of the second quarter for a release in spring 2016. How has Inafune not been fucking sued to shit yet?
I don't know. I said this before. Like, how has he not been sued yet? Because
his ass should be in jail for fraud.
Yeah, he has not delivered on his project, and I believe we were talking like a couple of days ago on the BioDevils podcast that he was around doing Mario Maker levels and he wasn't working on the fucking game. You can update on this mundane shit, but you can't work on a project that like had $3 million poured into it or whatever the fuck. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I just hope that he gets fucking sued because he's ripping people off.
Yeah, I know most of the backers really regret backing him. Brennan, didn't you back him too for like $5?
I would be like, man, look here, I would rather have my $5 back. I would wipe my ass with it. I just don't want you to have my money.
No, didn't you do that though?
Yeah, I actually backed that project for $5, and even I feel ripped off as a backer because it's like I'm not getting, I'm not getting what I paid for at all. Like, I'm not getting any updates, I'm not getting anything. I was gonna put down like the full price for this game, but since I don't see it coming out, well, forget about that. What about you, Brandon? What do you think of the Mighty Number 9 situation?
Same story, different day. Not much to say on this.
Yeah.
How many is this? 5? 6?
I would.
9.
I believe this is the fourth one, or fourth or fifth one.
What a joke.
To my understanding, like we've mentioned before, because of the amount of delays that have been occurring, people who back this game have been really, dissatisfied and really just on edge at this point, and it's understandable why. And then, when we brought up the whole, him making Mario Maker stages as opposed to working on the actual game, it just kind of seems like to me he's just beating around the bush and delaying this as much as possible and hoping that people will give him more money when he's really just tested everyone's patience at this point.
Alright.
Yeah, remember, we are 4 weeks into spring 2016 and there is no update on this game. None.
Hasn't the game been delayed for over a year?
Something like that. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I could just imagine he's just in his car with all this money around him, smoking a cigar, laughing his ass off.
Fucking money banks.
He can laugh when his ass gets sued.
Yeah, he can laugh when it gets taken to the fucking court. But we're moving on to the next one. Anyone want to pick out of there? James?
Also, Darkstalkers is in here now. What's up, Dark?
Wait, I don't think I have the document.
It's in the chat.
It's
in the chat.
Yeah.
Open original. Okay, it does not fucking work the way I was hoping it would work.
Oh, I just saw one thing on here. It looks pretty interesting regarding Daily Motion, actually.
There we go. Uh, question dos, or can we pick any?
Oh, you can pick anything you want. Kid in a candy store.
How about Neil Druckmann? The thing about Uncharted.
Oh, go ahead.
The Neil Druckmann mentioned how he was to open another developer working on the Uncharted game. Druckmann stated, "If they made a great game, it'd be exciting. I want to play an Uncharted I didn't work on. It'd be a lot of fun. Would you be open to an Uncharted 5, considering how 4 is supposed to end the series?"
It depends. I have to agree with him that I would be excited if it was fun. If it's not fun, then I don't want people tarnishing that name. So I think I'm kind of cautiously optimistic about it. I would like to see what people can do with the IP. I would like to see, because I think that Ready at Dawn, or whatever their name was, they did Uncharted Golden Abyss, and it turned out to be kind of decent. But I would like to see them take it on in a way where it's like bigger and better in scale. So I don't know. If they can't match that scale, then I probably won't like it too much. But again, I'm always open to the idea, so I would like to see what they could do with it at least.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see someone other than Naughty Dog to tackle the series. Maybe they could add something new to it, new in terms of gameplay or the story, I guess. Well, obviously it wouldn't be Nathan Drake anymore, though. That it'd pretty much be the Mass Effect Andromeda thing, where it's going to be another character. Or you should say the same thing about Infamous Second Son, even though that was the same developer, but same thing pretty much.
Yeah, I think they said it would be hard. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask really quick. You know, since Uncharted 4 is supposed to end the story, and let's assume that they do an Uncharted 5 with a completely new cast, how would you all feel about that? Since I'm not, you know, too familiar with the Uncharted franchise, but some of you are.
Honestly, I wouldn't like that at all, because they should end it off with Drake, like you said they are. Not pull, crap, I need a good example, but I can't find it right now. Just don't make another series.
What about Prince of Persia?
Off on a high note.
That's a good example.
Cool. Wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't one of the characters, like, old enough to maybe get it, like, a prequel series based around them, perhaps?
Sullivan?
Sully?
Yeah.
That old man?
Also, I'll be right back.
Can do a prequel franchise on him before he meets Nate?
He's an interesting character, but with the way he acts, I don't think it'll work, because he's always pessimistic. He's like, I'm too old for this shit. I don't want to do all this. Nate, why
always
you
smoking?
Yeah, he's always smoking.
He could have been different when he was younger, though.
Yeah, but it would have to be a prequel, and I'm not sure. They would have to make that work.
I can see that.
Yeah, they would have to make that work somehow.
What about this son of Drake, Uncharted 5?
That is so cliche, man. At this point, they're already doing that with Gears of War. If you didn't know that,
they did that with they did that with Indiana Jones too, with fucking Shia LaBeouf.
Tomb Raider girl and Nathan Drake have a kid.
Man, I don't know about that, but it will sound cliche.
If an Uncharted game, then they should have a crossover with Tomb Raider.
I would be all for that, but I don't know how certain people feel, like Mr. James.
No, the OG Tomb Raider, not the new one.
Oh, okay then, because if we brought up the reboot, he would want Laura's head on a stick.
Ren, look at the
I
check
want
real
her
quick.
on my fans, man.
Alright, sure. But I guess, are we finished with this topic, or can we move on to another one in the process?
Anybody got anything to say about it?
Yeah. Anybody? Going once, going twice?
Pass on that one.
Sold.
Alright, sold.
So, let's move on to another topic. I guess maybe Darkstalkers can pick one since he just got here.
Yay.
Alright, let's see. What are your thoughts on the supremely positive reception on the new Ratchet & Clank game for PS4? Let's hope it's a good game.
Right.
I heard it was really good. Like, I want to play it. I want to buy it from the looks of it. And a lot of people are saying that it has a decent amount of length. It has a lot of replay value with the challenge maps. So I really want to get my hands on it and play it. It's just that I don't know. It does seem like it's a good price point at $40. But I don't know. I wish I had more word of mouth to go on, or if more people owned the game. But
wait,
yeah.
Renegade, sorry to interrupt, but Blue Spade can't get in.
Okay, let's see what I can do.
Mhm.
But yeah, you can continue on with that while I handle this. So.
I've actually.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
I've actually played the game, so yeah, I actually got it because of the positive reception it's been getting, and it's been a while since I played a Ratchet and Clank game. I, like most other people, thought it was just going to be like a movie-based game, where most movie-based games are usually crap, so I thought it wasn't going to be that good. But it's actually like kind of a reimagining of Ratchet and Clank. I guess it's got stuff from the movie, and if the cutscenes from the game that are supposedly, some of them are from the movie, and if that's like any indication of how the movie is going to be, I'm really impressed with how the graphics look and everything. It looks great graphically, and it has the stuff from the old Ratchet and Clank games, and it has some new stuff too. So I'm guessing some of it's from the movie, but it does remind me of like some of the old Ratchet and Clank games because it's got stuff like racing segments. It's got the platforming, shooting stuff that I remember from the Ratchet and Clank games, and it's pretty much got everything. It's just an updated version of the first game with some stuff from the other games and stuff from the movie. So it's actually a movie licensed game. I guess you'd say that done right. So.
All right.
All right, Blue Spade just got in. So basically, we're talking about the overall positive reception that the Ratchet and Clank game got for the PS4, and we're giving our overall thoughts on that. Did you just pick up the game like a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, I was just playing it right now, and I gotta say it's really fun to play that game. I've never actually played a Ratchet and Clank game before, like even way back before the PS2 days. So trying it right now for the first time is a good way to start. And seeing that it is a remake of the first game, I can't complain.
Did they ever make an HD collection for Ratchet and Clank?
They did on PS3.
They did
yes.
for the original 3.
I would absolutely recommend it. Their games are really good.
Yeah, I could probably give it a try when I get the chance. But yeah, by far, like Ratchet and Clank on PS4 is a pretty good game so far.
Okay, yeah, that definitely makes me want to buy it even more. Does anyone else have any thoughts on this? Or we can.
I don't.
I've never played Ratchet and Clank.
If you haven't played Ratchet and Clank, this is the great way to start.
I don't know. I'm not really too fond of playing as a fucking furry. Oops, but I'm kidding.
This man.
I'm kidding.
I kind of want to say one other thing about it though. Is people actually, I remember before this came out, they were sort of complaining because of the frame rate, like because it was 30 frames a second and it was locked at that. It doesn't really hinder the game at all. Like it stays at a constant 30 frames, so
yeah,
it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, the frame rate is pretty consistent. I don't know why people always complain about.
If it doesn't dip, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, it
yeah,
runs.
that's.
You get 30 frames per second, and like I said, I have no complaints about the game. It's pretty good. Story's great, funny characters, and updated, graphics engine. I like it.
So,
Yeah, and the graphics that, like, everyone wants things to look all realistic nowadays, but it still looks cartoony, but it looks good. Like, graphically, it's really detailed.
Yeah,
like Pixar's movie.
I looked at comparisons on YouTube, like on the original game back in 2002, and the game how it looks like right now.
Right.
It is a big improvement over that game like back in 2002.
Yeah.
So, does anyone else have any opinions on this, or can we move on? Because I want Blue Spade to actually pick a question.
Yeah, give me a second here.
Speak now, forever hold it.
Yeah.
Forever hold your peace.
Your feet
Praise the Lord.
So fuck. All right, Pastor Renegade.
Pastor of the booty.
Alright.
This guy.
We open up Playboy to chapter 4.
Alright, so you want me to pick a topic?
Yeah, pick any topic out of here. Trivia or main questions.
Alright, so pick this one. So it's number 10. The Final Fantasy VII Remakes episodes will be the size of full games on par with the Final Fantasy 13 games. Unlike Final Fantasy 13 games, which all told stories from a different angle, Final Fantasy VII Remake stories will be pre-existing stories based on the original. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Man. I gotta be honest. I hope they don't change too much. Because, if they do that, then they're gonna lose the charm of the game. It's like...
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will, but we already had that article from not too long ago saying they have to cut certain things because they might be deemed as racy. And I guess the honeypot scenario, it kind of makes sense. Because it's like, alright, basically, Cloud, you know, he gets pounded by a bunch of men. Obviously, they're going to take that out, but... I mean, it's certain things that I don't want them to remove for the sake of...
Apparently, they kept the cross-dressing.
Yeah, they kept the cross-dressing scene. And, but there's certain story elements that I don't want them to remove for the sake of time or consistency is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want them to remove an important chunk. And then it's like, oh, man, that's gone. You know, I got to play the original to find that out. So, I think that will suck if they cut a corner somewhere.
So,
yeah.
So sorry.
God.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've never played the original Final Fantasy VII, so I don't really know. Here's my question though, like Final Fantasy VII, the original game, like if these episodes like are gonna be the size of full games, then doesn't that mean there's gonna be like a ton of just original stuff too? Like if it's because the original game wasn't nearly. I mean, this is gonna be longer than the original game if that's the case. So wouldn't there just be like a ton of new content in there? Like that's kind of interesting to me.
To add on to that, there was basically talks of new content. There was an article not too long ago.
Yeah.
I think it was from Gaming Boat where they mentioned that there was going to be new content in this put all together. So maybe it's like they're going to break it up into parts like they're doing now, and then they're going to put a lot of new other things that you can do that might be like side quests. Because they can always do new side quests to pad the content, so people will have a lot of replay value to go back to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, with that said, like, it'd be interesting to see, you know, because they could be adding in new, like, storylines and new characters to add to your party and whatnot, so I think that would be pretty interesting to see. But, when they say they're gonna split it up, that could go either way. The bad thing would be is that, you know, obviously they somehow mess up Final Fantasy VII and it bastardizes the original. However, on the good front, or the positive aspect of that would be that, you know, there's good things about it. It's still a good game, and the remake holds true to the original by also adding in new things that weren't in the original. And what they can do with that is take the feedback of each part leading up to the final portion and just kind of improve from there. So like if there's things that maybe didn't really work out so well, or there's things that should be added and whatnot, maybe that could be improved on in the second and third parts.
One of the biggest things I see with this is the question that comes to my mind is this going to be a situation where I play the first part, I get my characters leveled up, I've got a great team that I really like to work with, am I going to have to start from level 1 when I start part 2 of the game, and then I go to part 3, and then I go to part 4?
Oh, you shouldn't have to do that, though.
Yeah.
If they do that, it's kind of stupid on their part.
I would guess they would probably just like do the thing where you carry your save file over, but I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, that might be the smart thing to do. I mean, it'd be stupid to start out from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this happen before where it's like you start a new game, but they really don't carry your stuff over. I hope that that stuff is implemented, and overall it goes to like something like a full release. So if you have all parts, then you could jump from part 1 to part 2 to part 3, and you'll have all your stuff if you decide to go in reverse order. Go ahead, Dom.
Listen, I'm not fighting Sephiroth at level 2, okay?
No, I mean your stats in general. Like you have your full stats. it doesn't matter the part.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I was just going to add on and say that perhaps that if you do start, say if you start from part 1 and move on, maybe you can get rewarded for, you know, carrying over your save data, because some games do that where, like, if you had saved data from like a previous version or previous game, you'd get like unlocks. So maybe they can do that. And then for, you know, players that are jumping in on a different part rather than starting from the very first part, they, you know, would be left out, of course, and would have to grind in order to get good at some of those later parts.
Yeah. It's like, I guess the challenge definitely should be there when it comes to going into areas that are like high level. So, and I also want to see some implementation from Final Fantasy 15. Maybe they can throw in some references here or there, like some gameplay perks or something like that that makes the game better, that they can learn from their experience. Because aren't they developing these games like close to each other in terms of like release dates or what?
I'm pretty sure that Final Fantasy 7 is more advanced than 15 currently, a current build, I think.
It is, but it is also taking the gameplay of 15 and improving it.
Yeah, they are using action-based gameplay this time around.
Right. The only problem that I can see with that, though, is that if they listen to Nomura and just be like, oh, okay, well, he's too old, so we should cater to how he plays rather than what our audience wants to play as. And that's the only problem I see with that. Other than that, I hope that they learn from the mistakes of 15, because I think what really matters more is that, you know, even if 15, say 15 flops, although I hope it doesn't, it does look like a pretty decent game so far. 7 is the one that people are more concerned about at this point.
Yeah, because it's like, since it's a remake, people already have a bar of expectations for it. So if it fails, then that's going to disappoint a lot of people who like the original. So that's why the expectations are a lot higher, because it's a game that already existed.
Well, people are actually already, you know, we're getting in an uproar, first of all, because the episodic thing. Second of all, because of the combat. Because
and no turn-based, yeah.
And there's some people that don't like that. So.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right, Chaos. There's a lot of people that's already angry about it, but I mean, there are people who like change. Like James, for instance, he said he likes it how they're going with this game.
So
yeah.
am I like it. Screw the turn-based.
I don't mind
change.
Change.
Is horribly out of date now.
There's a lot of people that don't like change, but I don't mind change. It's just that I don't like change that is bad, you know.
Yeah,
right.
I thought Crisis Core was fucking awesome. I really did. I liked that game.
Yeah, like I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah. I think they're just scared because now the game might take some execution rather than, well, let me stand here for 8 hours and plan something out.
This game
I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's too boring for me.
Right. This game could come out for the PS4.5.
It'll probably come out for both.
And to make it run better, I think that'd be, like we were talking about, it could buff up the game to a significant degree if it decides to, you know, buff up the already internal stuff going on with the PS4.
You think they promote that, but like, oh, if you want like the regular version, we have that for the regular PS4. But if you want a slightly buffed version of Final Fantasy VII, you can also get it the PS4.5.
Well, yeah, they can do that because it's already like a promotion anyway, considering that it's exclusive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so well,
Neo.
timed exclusive, you know, air quotes, timed exclusive, but still, it's something that they could use to, you know, promote it. Hey, get the better version over the Xbox One version. There you go. So I guess we can move on to something else. So Reapers, I want you to pick out a topic. Don't worry, Chaos, you'll go next.
Here we go. Number 9. What are your current impressions of the new Doom beta, and what would you personally recommend as a fix? Or is there any issues, or is there an issue?
It's like any other first-person shooter I've played.
Yeah, it's fun, but it's not gonna be something that's unlike anything you ever seen.
All right.
So I mean, if you play first-person shooters a lot, then yeah. But they have some elements that are really fun. The only problem I seem to be running with the game is that why is it so goddamn easy? Why are people so scrubby? I don't understand this.
Man, we got 50 wins in a row in Doom.
Yeah, it's not like it's the most technical shooter to get into. I played a lot more technically advanced shooters, but it's so easy to pick up and play that it's like I don't understand how people are so bad at it.
How can you be bad at it?
It makes no sense.
I haven't played it, but I've seen like a review of it, and from what I've seen of the gameplay, like
it's very 90s.
I like that it's trying to be an arena shooter. Like, you know, like hey, with Quake, it looks like Quake, and it I don't know if it feels like Quake, but it looks like Quake, and I liked it. You know, because I actually really like Quake, so I'm glad that they're trying to bring that back. But like the loadouts in particular was one complaint I heard, because there's only 2 loadouts. There's 3. There's the assaults, recon or whatever. I don't know. There's like just generic loadouts.
Yeah, but you can customize them.
You can't customize it.
Oh, you can customize? Okay.
Yeah, you can just change to whatever you want.
Yeah, and another complaint I heard were the weapons sound kind of wimpy. Like they're not like the shotgun doesn't really sound like doesn't have the oomph to it, I guess. But it's kind of nitpicky, to be honest. Everything like it looks good, like graphically.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, like graphically it looks all right. I don't know, like I heard the PC port was kind of lacking because it feels like a console port essentially.
PC port's
it doesn't feel fast and responsive. Yeah, that was the main complaint I heard on keyboard and mouse. It feels really weird. It feels like it's meant for a controller apparently. So I don't know about that, but I'm going to be playing the PS4 version, so I probably won't have any complaints there. So I don't know, but in that regard, yeah, that's another complaint. Is it really doesn't feel like an old school arena shooter, at least you know, PC one, because on PC it just isn't that responsive. So I don't know, but that's the main complaints I've heard about it. Other than that, it looks all right. It looks good.
I heard
but
you can't play it in windowed mode either on PC.
I haven't tested it. No.
Yeah, I haven't tried it.
Yeah, apparently, like the beta, you can only adjust your resolution in the anti-aliasing, and that's it. But yeah, I mean, like Doom is never really meant to be a multiplayer type game anyway, so I'm more just interested in what the single player has in store. So multiplayer is kind of, it seems like it's sort of an afterthought from what I've seen of it.
It's a guilty pleasure in my opinion. I think that the main problems that they have with the Doom beta, and this is something that I went over in my first impressions video, is that the damage balancing is ridiculous. There are some points where you might be at 100% health and you get hit once and you're dead and you have full health, and then there's other opportunities where it's like there are some points where they had screen tearing in the last beta, but they managed to fix that. And then there's some other problems that they had with some of the weapons, like, you know, it's damage balancing, as I said. So you might shoot some guy in the leg, he might die instantly. You might melee some dude.
Automatic weapons suck.
Yeah, like, automatic weapons tend to suck. So
the shotgun just rules. It's the shotgun and the sniper. It's like all you need.
What is this? Like, I heard the shotgun sometimes it'll take 2 hits and sometimes it'll take like 4 hits to kill somebody.
Depends on how close you are.
Yeah, it depends on how close you are.
Stuff here.
Yeah,
the shotgun's it's actually still pretty good though. It's like my main weapon.
Another thing though is like the fucking, like, I know it's kind of a nitpick complaint, but why does everybody look like Spartans? Like,
it's funny, Chaos. I said the same thing. I'm like, it's weird.
Like, that doesn't say
I don't
Doom.
get it either.
Like, that's kind of, I'm not a huge Doom fanboy, but like, I don't think Doom when I look at the fucking, like, you know, the people in Spartan armor.
I think
like, this looks like Halo.
Space Marines or something like that for this game.
What were you saying, Doc?
Which is
from
funny translation for it.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, from what I've seen so far of it, to me it looks just like it's edgy Halo, and that's about it.
It can be fun.
It doesn't play like Halo though.
It doesn't play like it, but I can see people saying the Spartans look like something straight out of Halo.
Oh, I have a question. Do you get the chainsaw in the multiplayer?
No.
That's bullshit.
It's probably gonna be in the full game though, because there was trailers that
so.
showed it off. So it does exist. It does exist. The Super Chainsaw is in there.
I would
That's gotta be in there.
And unfortunately, you only get to play as one demon for the multiplayer beta.
Yeah, there's gonna be more because they have pre-order bonuses. But go ahead, Chaos.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
It was me that was saying something. I would say that if you want to know how the chainsaw works in that game, just pick up the Evil Thin Keeper DLC, because you actually get to play in first person in that, and you do use a chainsaw. And I swear that was a beta test for that. I like certain of that. But as far as like my thoughts on the beta itself was, I thought it was all right. I liked everyone was saying there are some balancing issues. Some of the weapons I just did not like using, like the I want to say it was that weird semi-automatic charge gun. It was what a lot of you guys were describing to me when playing it was that like the sniper rifle but without a scope. And
the static rifle.
Yeah, the static rifle, for example. I feel like it takes too long to charge, and I feel like I should be able to pull the trigger more than once on that. In some cases, I just feel like there are things that should be there for me as an option rather than just being told that I can't do it. Like, for example, aiming. Like, it is very 90s in the sense where, like, you cannot aim your gun, or at least you can't aim most of the guns that you're offered in that beta. And I hope that, you know, maybe they don't change that, but hopefully the aiming is a little bit improved. But that could just be me being a shit player on Doom.
And I'm just gonna say they have heavy aim assist. It is very heavy. Unless you toggle it off, you're gonna notice it, because I mean I was hitting a guy like 14 yards out with a shotgun and I managed to kill him. So the aim assist is heavy. I tried it without it, and you know I could run without it. So yeah, it all is dependent on your preference. But if you don't want to be carried with it, I would suggest turn it off.
Doom was a lot of fun when I played it. What was it? We played. I enjoyed it very much. The only thing I kind of didn't like is the armor is really plasticky looking. You do look like a Spartan. I kind of wish you'd had the look that the Doom guy from Doom 3 was just a generic soldier dude without the helmet or with the helmet.
Yeah,
you get all these.
It's not that robust.
You get all these fancy Need for Speed colors, metallic, chrome, and shit like that. Like, what the fuck?
Pimp my ride.
Your dude literally looks like a fucking car.
My armor.
I'm gonna put a PS2 in this wrong.
Yeah.
Don't forget the overwhelming power of using the teleport skill in that game. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, that thing is broken. Dude,
not to mention you can kill people with it.
Yeah, a demon got thrown through the teleporter and he fucking died. I was like,
yes,
okay.
Atilius killed the demon with... The demon has 300 HP, which is 3 times as much health as the player does. And he killed him, Atilius fucking threw the teleport at him and killed him with it. Which is ludicrous. So the demon is like a mini boss kind of thing.
Yeah, so they have some balancing issues, but it's really fun. I recommend playing it at least once. And if you're a single player guy, that's fine. I mean, I'm sure the main campaign is going to be fun because it feels really good. It's really responsive. How the controls are easy to pick up, so it's not convoluted. You're not pressing 8 buttons all over the place to try to map a command. It's very fluid in that regard, and not a lot of games tend to do that. They tend to have these convoluted schemes where it takes you a while, or it's kind of hard to go back to it after you play it for like the first session, and maybe like a week passes and you come back to it, you don't know shit. So you can come back to this and jump into this at any time, which is very good in my opinion, no matter what people say about it. But
it just works.
Yeah, it just works for some reason. But I guess we could move on to the next topic if anyone... Oh, you were saying something now?
Yeah, I was just going to say one last thing. As far as, like, the Doom beta, like, what they can improve on it before they release the game, I would just say, you know, listen to, like, the complaints about the balancing, because that is, like, one of the key problems with that beta, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that someone could just run up on me and I have full armor and health. He can melee, he can win. That's bullshit.
Oh, is that some COD shit? This knife.
It can happen. It just happens randomly.
Not one shot.
It happens randomly.
No, it doesn't. If you have low health, you can execute people.
No, but dude, I had like full armor once, and someone just meleeed me
Was your
once.
health low?
You no, it wasn't. You just expect to have half health if he does that, but he did it once, and that was it. I died, and I had full health.
That's weird.
Wasn't it
Every
assassin?
time I would do it, most of the people I've done it to have really low health and are gonna die in like next hit.
I don't know if it was an assist, but I do remember as soon as it happened, I just instantly died. It wasn't anything else to it besides me dying at 100% health. And also the lightning gun seems to be, scrub trash. Anyone who uses it, fuck you, because that gun sucks.
And rocket launchers is useless. Just useless.
But
shotgun outdoes it
Rocket
completely.
launchers are useless? Blasphemy.
It sucks.
It does.
The shotgun beats it by a mile.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
this is freaking Gears of War.
I'm sorry. If you use rocket launchers in first person, it's time to stop.
It's time to stop.
It's filthy dumb.
Yes, but no, yeah. If you use rocket launchers in first-person shooters, I'm sorry.
Well,
Use something
Doom
else.
used rocket launchers in its first-person shooter.
No. I'm talking about people that use rocket launchers in first-person shooters in general.
Well, this is Doom, though, in general.
No. Doom is in that same category.
I
It's a
know, but
first-person
this is
shooter.
Doom. Doom uses rocket launchers
Get on
in
with
this
it.
game.
Okay, and that. What are you trying to say? Almost
That's
every
You guys
bro.
are measuring
That's
your
as far
dicks
as
with your
gameplay.
RPGs, and we need to move on.
Listen, we need to open up another chapter of the booty gospel.
This guy.
Is Renegade the priest?
I am the
Levy is
priest,
a priest in
Lord,
this
and
case.
Savior of our ass. Lord.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
Oh my god. Alright, we need to move on to another one. So, someone pick out a document. What about you, Chaos?
Do you mind if I do number 7?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, so The Last of Us 2 prototypes will be resurrected, quote unquote, once Uncharted 4's DLC is done. What is your hopes for The Last of Us 2, and what new elements would you add to make the game more dynamic? I guess I'll start because I'll be honest, like, a lot of people are sort of divided on the game, but The Last of Us is honestly like one of my favorite games. I really love the narrative, I love the characters, and I like the gameplay. It feels like Uncharted, but I don't mind that. It feels like more hardcore Uncharted, but you get what I mean. The Last of Us 2, like I know it's not going to have Joel and Ellie anymore. And I'm a little bit disappointed with that because I did really like those characters, so it's going to feel kind of weird to go back and have different characters. I just hope that they can create the same compelling narrative they did with Joel and Ellie's character in the original game. So I don't know what they're going to do differently, though, because we really, as far as I know, we haven't really heard much about The Last of Us 2, and I think the main reason for that is mostly because they've been working on Uncharted 4. And I guess now, once they're going to be done with Uncharted 4, they're hopefully going to move on to Last of Us 2, because we haven't seen Last of Us since, I believe, 2013. So it's going to be interesting to see another entry in that series.
The only problem that I have that they should really, really update or upgrade in some way if they're making The Last of Us 2 is the pacing. I hate those segments where it seems like it's too slow paced and you're doing so many mundane things that it's really minuscule and it doesn't mean anything to the plot. Like carrying around ladders, for example. It's like boring. It's really, really boring. You don't want to be doing that for like about 10 chapters in. You want to be, you want to have a certain pace where the action is there, the tension is there, the emotion is there, and the suspense is there. And it doesn't really feel like everything is taken away from you in that experience. I guess they could only amplify that. So they need to fix the pacing where if they have these boring segments, at least put something in there entertaining and worthwhile instead of just fixing a ladder to climb up it and then go down.
I will admit that is one of the problems with the game. It's there were a little bit too many of the ladders helping people up the ladder, down ladder. Ellie can't swim, so I was gonna get her a plank or something to get onto.
Oh yeah, the plank thing, that was annoying too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about you, other guys? Oh, go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I don't know. I played The Last of Us, and then it was done kind of game for me because I tried going through New Game Plus, but it was just like I couldn't. Like once you've experienced it, I just did not feel like it was worth going back to. But that said, I would hope that maybe there's like some more stuff like worth going through, and maybe if they can put in some like more replay value into it, like perhaps give you like more options or optional paths that are like really well hidden, but once you discover them could open up new parts of the story and kind of explain it in a different way. If you go through those different paths, I think I would like that a lot. One other issue that I had with The Last of Us, and I'm sure most people know about this, is that the original Last of Us, before it was released, had like dynamic AI, and for whatever reason, Naughty Dog ended up removing that by the time the game launched. And that dynamic AI was really interesting because before they would actually react to how you played the game and if you were actually doing well with the stealth segments, whereas like in the actual game, Ellie would get you caught. The AI was not very smart or didn't really react very well to you. And I know in the original build of The Last of Us, they were even able to take your guns and weapons as you were in combat, which was an interesting touch. So perhaps they can do something like that for The Last of Us 2, or at least have that smarter AI, so that way the game feels more intuitive.
Yeah, I will agree. The AI was really inconsistent. Like they'd either be really, really smart or they'd be really stupid and never see you. And yeah, the AI. I have seen the original build for it, so that was a good idea. I don't know why they scrapped it.
I was actually going to bring that up.
I would like to see them bring it for.
The AI was really
game.
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
The AI was. I was just gonna say that the AI was really good in the builds of The Last of Us before, and they really didn't bring that over. Like you said, they're really dumb and stuff like that. I think they need to work on that, make things more team based and dynamic when it comes to the realism of the situation, because you are in a post-apocalyptic world where you're dealing with all these gangs and all this other shit and whatnot. You would figure they would team up instead of jacking you off in front of a wall for 10 minutes, but it's stuff like that they really need to pay more attention to detail for this to really be considered groundbreaking.
Just to kind of add on to that, I know like open world games have kind of been beaten to death at this point, and almost every game has done it in some fashion or another. But how would you feel if like maybe they turned the sequel into a more open world game where you can see like the different factions, different like quarantine zones and things of that nature, but also kind of still made it somewhat linear in a sense? Where it's still got that story, it's just a lot more open within each chapter. So I guess you could call it like maybe miniature sandboxes that you can explore and have different things happen before you complete the chapter.
Well,
yeah, what I was thinking would be like a Dark Souls thing, where like you have a hub area and then you can go to different places, sort of.
Yeah,
so kind of like the Division. So kind of like the Division then, where
I guess so.
World, go through different areas and do different tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah, more.
Yeah, because that would be like that'd still be sort of linear, but open at the same time.
More exploration would be nice. It really would be nice. So I guess we can move on from this.
One thing I wanted.
Oh, go ahead.
One idea I did have was, you had mentioned Dark Souls. One of the things they could do to make it a lot more interesting and add a new element of threat would be, invasions in Dark Souls, how someone can come to your world. Maybe add a similar feature to where it's not a person, but they could potentially enter as an NPC, so that a random NPC could potentially be a player.
Oh, that's kind of like what Resident Evil 6 tried.
Oh, you mean with the Agent Hunt?
Yeah. Resident Evil 6 had that, where you can come in as a NPC type of monster or whatever and attack the online players.
That's cool.
That'd be really cool. You know what? That shit would work. I would love to do that. I would be a troll in that game for real. I would just be like, yeah, I'm gonna crush your face, and ain't nothing you can do about it. But I guess we could pick from the next topic. Hey Brandon, you want to pick this out for me? I think he's King Rip.
I can take this next one for him since he's Rip.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna break away from the main question. So I'm gonna do number 1 on there. So given the reveal of remote play being a possibility on PC, obviously it's already available at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that remote play or cross-play liberties will be taken with opposing companies like Microsoft and Nintendo? This was asked by Renegade Operative himself.
The answer is no.
It's,
Nintendo would never do that shit.
Never. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I would think that would be a blatant no from Nintendo. I'm not sure about Microsoft because they do have Phil Spencer in there, and he's been pretty chill. He's been saying stuff like, I'm looking forward to Uncharted 4. Fuck the fanboys like Crap Gamer and all that shit. You know what I mean? I do my thing, and I like the fact that I'm bringing these games to PC so more people can experience them. But I don't know. I would say Nintendo, hell no. I will say with Microsoft, maybe there's an opportunity because of how they're opening up a bigger venue for PC.
I would have to agree with that. I think what I could see happening is perhaps more cross-play opportunities between the Xbox and PC versions of certain games. I could also see like maybe save data transfer platforms for Microsoft and PC. I can see that being a possibility. But that said, I don't think they would do something on the level of Sony where it's legitimate remote play. Considering that Microsoft, I don't think would ever do a handheld, and it was a feature originally for the PlayStation Vita. So that being put into consideration, I think it's more likely that we'll see save data transfers between platforms and crossplay being
All right. I feel like Sony's doing it right. I mean, even though the fucking what is it? You play your PS4 on your PC type thing, it is not working as well. Everything looks washed. The graphics don't look that great. There's probably lag depending on your internet connections. It's basically PS Now, but you play PS4 games on there, which sucks. And I would hope they would improve on so it works better. But again, Microsoft maybe. Nintendo, they are really strict on, we do our things this way and we really don't want to do anything else. I'm surprised that they're even doing mobile stuff because they were strongly against it. But who knows? Maybe they'll wise up. But I highly doubt it because their mentality has always been that way, and I feel like it would never change.
Mm-hmm.
If this really is going to go anywhere, what we need is more of a push by the publishers and developers themselves. For example, with Final Fantasy XIV, it's an MMO. It is playable on Xbox, on PlayStation 4, and on PC. That has sold well. It has a good community, and people are able to play well together in that game. And I think that if companies like Square Enix, the ones who make those games, can look at Nintendo and Sony and say, look, we have this game here. It's available across multiple platforms. It has crossplay, and it's made a lot of money. And it could potentially make you guys a lot of money if they can get together and kind of push that and convince these companies. I think that it'll definitely go somewhere, and it might go as far as Nintendo being willing to do it, assuming that there can be a way to get them on board with whatever reservations they might have, which could very well include things like interactivity between players, chat, etc.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the NX supposed to be, or at least it was rumored to be, something that enables like connection with like mobile devices such as tablets and cell phones?
Yeah, that was a bullet point.
Couldn't that also be a pseudo form of remote play, just strictly based on mobile platforms, though?
I don't know. I would prefer if they did something to the effect of it's accessible anywhere you would like it. Now, I know that's more of a pipe dream, but I would prefer if they did it like that, so if people wanted to get their hands on it, they could just easily set it up. Because the thing is, with the remote play on the PC, it's so piss easy to set up and play if you have a good system. So they could have systems that have predetermined specs, and it runs just fine. So I think that would be a more cool idea, but I don't know how they would implement something like that, considering the effect that Nintendo is just like they don't care, they don't want to do it, they don't want to try ideas like this. Whereas Microsoft, they seem a lot more open to it.
Right, and then not to mention that Nintendo, for whatever reason, do not understand that they need to step up their hardware, because admittedly, while the Xbox did not step up their hardware, they're open to upgrading the current hardware for owners of the Xbox to kind of beat the competition, which is a smart move rather than trying to a new console. So
yeah. So does anyone else have any opinions on this?
Sorry, I got here right as you guys were talking about it.
Yeah, we were talking about.
I think it was about the
question.
crossplay.
Yeah, trivia question number 1. Trivia question.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm back.
So.
Oh. Good answer too.
Yeah. Brandon, we are on the trivia questions for number 1 to get you up to speed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but I feel like that would also kind of take away the whole exclusivity thing. So I don't know. Wouldn't that kind of make it sort of irrelevant to own either console in that case, if you have remote play and you can just play any of the games for either console?
It would, but I guess we're just saying, how much of a possibility it would be if we decided to just sit down and really think about it. And as we said, we know that Nintendo, they ain't gonna do jack shit with that at all.
Wait, remote play for other consoles? That
Yeah,
would be
remote
bad.
play,
Yeah,
cross play for
everything.
Yeah, it would, but we're just talking about which companies would consider the idea more than others.
What I had mentioned, if you don't mind me repeating myself really quick, what I had mentioned, what seems likely for Microsoft's end is that they would probably do cross-play between Xbox and PC and then save data transfers. And as for Nintendo, it just seems like because the NX had mentioned that mobile would be a big thing, perhaps that you'd be able to quote-unquote remote play through cell phones and tablets, perhaps, as opposed to a PC.
Real quick, Microsoft is already doing the cross data save with Killer Instinct, so let you know.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I said that they might be more open to the idea, considering that they're doing a lot more stuff with PC and Windows 10.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I brought it up. I about the cross save.
All right.
That's the only reason why I brought it up, that it'd be more likely.
So, Brandon, how about you do a trivia question for us, man?
A trivia question?
Yep.
Okay.
By the way, Ren, I'll be here, but I can't really talk.
Alright, it's cool.
Okay, with E3, with E3 a couple months away, what games or set or game accessories are you looking forward to being presented at this year's event?
Nothing can top last year's. Nothing.
Unless they had Ninja Gaiden 4, Democrat 5, and God of War 4, nothing was top last year.
Yeah, Shenmue and Final Fantasy 7, The Last Guardian, fucking just killed it.
Man,
Killed it.
so yeah, Sony tends to do that. Like, they tend to kill the show whenever they get a chance. So it's hard to top last year. It really is. I think that maybe they could show more tech. I was just thinking they could show more tech, and we'd be excited about that because
Microsoft does that.
Yeah. But I don't know what could top last year, to be honest.
I think what could possibly top it is if they, considering we just mentioned Shenmue, perhaps they somehow announce Shenmue HD collection and Yu Suzuki's up there and he's like, yeah, I made it fucking happen. Perhaps the Resident Evil 2 remake could generate that same hype as last year, and as Brandon also mentioned, Devil May Cry 5, since that is a very long-awaited game that's been, people have wanted since 2008. So, I think, again, I do agree that it'd be hard, but looking at maybe those three possibilities, two of them being very likely, I think it'd be very hard. But outside of just those three aforementioned games, I don't know.
Yeah, basically all I can foresee is they're going to be talking about games that have already been kind of announced, like the new Nier game, that Neo game, the sort of like Japanese Dark Souls, the
cross Dark Souls, basically.
Yeah. And, probably more stuff with PlayStation VR, maybe. More tech related things. They're probably going to talk more about the speaking of Neo, PlayStation Neo 4.5. I'm just going on PlayStation 4.5, whatever, or 4K, not 4.5.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's one other thing I think could be a possibility that would generate hype, and that is whatever Kojima's working on. Because remember, Sony is helping him out with in terms of like getting new developers for Kojima Productions, and the PlayStation 4 is what he's developing for currently, and they're really like backing him on that ever since he announced that partnership between Kojima Productions and Sony. So I think that might actually be able to generate some hype, because whatever Kojima does, it's going to get a backing. It's going to get a following.
Especially this, considering it's like exclusive for now. Oh, fuck yes, it's definitely going to get a backing.
Yeah, what would be really hype would be if they, any sort of resurrection of Silent Hills. Like, it has to happen sooner or later. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I have my doubts. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Spiritual
but, I mean,
successor,
at least not anytime soon.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that based on their new logo, it kind of seems like they're doing a Zone of the Enders successor, because it does seem very Zone of the Enders like. However, that's not to say that they might not be working on multiple projects at once, or perhaps a hybrid of the two, where it's a survival horror, but it also takes place in the future, and perhaps the armor looks similar. We never know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a fan of Zone of the Enders, so that would be cool if that's what they're working on too. So I guess they would any sort of reveal of what Kojima's up to, I guess, would be a pretty cool thing.
One of the things that I would like them to see them do is, while I know that the latest one wasn't well received, I'd like to see them make an Armored Core 6.
That's interesting. We talk about this on the pre-stream. That is one of the series that I would like to see From Software go back to, considering that after they finished Dark Souls and they did Bloodborne, they have a lot more experience now. So they can factor that into a new Armored Core game. That's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to if they do that.
That, or new Tenchu because we also brought that up since
Oh
they own
yeah,
both those
Tenchu.
IPs.
Fuck yes, I'd like to see another Tenchu game.
Yeah, like I'd like to see some more old series get resurrected. You know, Tenchu. I haven't really had many Tenchu games. The only Tenchu game I remember that's been recent was the 360 one, right?
Yeah, Tenchu Z.
Wasn't there a 360 one?
Yeah, there was Tenchu
Yeah,
Z.
Tenchu Z.
That was Tenchu Z.
Mhm.
All right, so does anyone else have any, things they're looking forward to with E3 or not?
Well, hopefully we'll see some God of War 4 news.
God of War 4. Oh, we're gonna talk about that next, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't they? I just heard about that. They're thinking about doing another God of War.
Well,
Well, it was
jump into that
confirmed
question.
2 years ago.
Let's jump into that question, shall we?
You go ahead, Reaper.
Oh yeah, Renegade. You mind reading that off?
As soon as I find out which number it is.
It's number 17. I want Reapers to read it, then I'll
Number.
take the next one, because I got an interesting one for the next one.
Speaking of God of War 4, God of War 4 was apparently been leaked on the NeoGAF forums with a host of screenshots and plot elements displayed in this particular thread. The bullet points are: Kratos will be involved in some way. He's now sporting a man beard. Setting is Norse mythology. Kratos will visit the land of the fairies, one of the 9 worlds and home of the light elves. There will be a situation where Kratos is imprisoned. Kratos has an axe weapon with which he can cut vines and create bridges/walkways. The surrounding environments could interact with the character. If Kratos brushes up against the vines, they expel visible spores. What is your thoughts on all this apparent God of War 4 news, and do you think it will live up to the expectations with this many drastic changes?
Oh man, if they can top God of War 3, I'll be happy.
That's interesting to me. They're going to do more God of War because I thought the third one was going to be the last God of War.
Yeah, that one was
so
pretty
I guess I'm wrong.
conclusive.
Yeah, well, to give you a little head run up, they confirmed a God of War game 2 years ago on the PlayStation Experience, the very first one. Yep, so we already knew it was in development, just don't know when it's coming out or any other news besides that.
Isn't 4 like, I heard it was some kind of weird mix between Greek and Norse mythology or something?
It's going to be
or
Norse
is that...
mythology. So
Yeah,
we can assume that he's going to kick Thor's butt.
Yeah, it's not that well known, which is what a lot of people are saying. That's the elephant in the room, is that Norse mythology is not as well known as Greek, so they could make it work like Brandon is saying, but they really need to make, the personality and the characters all come to life. One thing that I love about God of War is the environments. The environments are top fucking notch. They're obviously gonna nail that, like, no problem.
And the music too.
Yeah, the music's pretty good. That's unforgettable.
Yeah, God
stuff.
of War has always been really good with like scale. Like if you've God of War 3 had that huge intro, you're climbing on top of these giant, on top of Gaia, and it's just like it's pretty much like Shadow of the Colossus times 1,000. Like you're climbing on top of Gaia and you're climbing up a mountain. It just looks epic. But yeah. What I'm most concerned about though is how are they going to implement Norse mythology into this? Like it just seems weird just to go from Greek mythology to Norse mythology all of a sudden.
Well, he bodied everything in Greek, so might as well move.
Yeah, I get that. But I mean, like story-wise, how are they going to do that?
Some weird. Come on, Chaos. Some weird time travel.
Hold on.
I think I know how they could do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, what they could do is, here's the thing with Ragnarok more or less is the gods just fighting each other. Right. So it could be a thing if he either inadvertently or purposely ends up bringing about Ragnarok.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
I actually, from what I remember, Brandon, you were ability that this isn't actually Kratos, it's some other character, but he has similarities to Kratos, and perhaps Kratos is actually the antagonist in this game.
Yes, that's actually a possibility, because if you guys remember from God of War 3, those of you who actually played it, and of course, spoiler alert, the game came out 5 or 6 years ago. Deal with it. Anyway, Zeus told the guy that he should have picked the other one, for to use Kratos or whatever to get it get her way up to Olympus and whatnot. So Zeus said the other one though, which hints that it could be a second protagonist in the series that we don't know about.
You know what it could be too is it could be some parallel universe shit. I mean, you never know. It could
But
just
not only
be
that, yeah, but not only that though, in God of War Ascension, they had a lot of Vikings or barbarians, so it does kind of match what this concept art of Kratos or who this guy is, because he looks very barbaric or Viking.
Yeah, I think that maybe the prototype 2 method is the best for this. Like, they could have a new protagonist. I mean, I know you don't like that game, but come on, they could have a new protagonist just come in. He could be the other one, as Gaia was saying, and then Kratos will be the main antagonist. Yeah, he could be the main antagonist, and you can just go after Kratos or whatever. I mean, I don't know how they will factor it in perfectly, but I think that Sony Santa Monica, so far they did a fine job, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what they do.
For Ascension, though.
Yeah, Ascension was.
I haven't actually played Ascension, so.
I heard it wasn't that great.
Gameplay wise, is not bad, but the story is weak compared to other.
Didn't they get rid of some of the gore?
No. It's still graphic though, but it's not major.
I remember. Sorry.
No, it's my fault. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I remember people actually complained in Ascension because there was like too much gore, and that was like some kind of controversy. So I guess they removed some of the graphic stuff.
No,
which
one controversy was actually a trophy the saying bros before hoes, and that triggered a lot of people, so it changed it to a different name.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
That would have been hilarious if they kept that in.
Real quick, I just want to know: are they bringing back the sex minigame?
They better. They have to. That's God of War standard.
It's gonna trigger some more people.
Ascension didn't have that though.
To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed that Kratos is once again the protagonist. I kind of wanted a new, but I mean, God of War is cool. It's fucking awesome. Trying to fight all these giant Goliaths. So I'm really looking forward to what they do with it. Hopefully, it's not going to be an overhyped thing, and they live up to it. So we'll see. E3, get ready for it.
Yeah.
I could see them working in Loki in on the plot as well, to where maybe either he brought Kratos or just uses him to take out the other gods in a bid to try and take over or something like that.
I hope Thor is voice acted by Chris Hemsworth.
Oh my god. I would laugh at that. You know, actually, they got Hercules from the Hercules show to voice Hercules in God of War 3, which was very interesting.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. It's the same guy. I don't know his name, but that's exactly what we could like expect from that. Is if they have a reference or something, we will probably get that in the game. It could happen. It definitely could happen.
Can we have Morgan Freeman narrate the story? Can we have Morgan Freeman narrating the story?
Actually, I don't like that.
Yeah, Blue Spade just said it. He said it was Kevin Sorbo.
Thank you,
You're disappointed.
Kratos versus Morgan Freeman, the narrator.
Dude, that reminds me though, real quick. This is like what's that show called? Hishi, how it should have ended with God of War. He was trying to fight Morgan Freeman, and he's like, nope, I can't do it. I know I can. You go look it up yourself.
I think Morgan Freeman actually did play God of War at one point for and he was or it was something like somebody was doing a Morgan Freeman impression or something. Super off topic.
Yeah, so I guess we can move on to the next question. I guess we could also cite that Brandon is fapping. We can hear that.
Yeah, fucking button mash.
Oh, sorry, you heard that?
Over there. Yeah, we fucking hear that.
Oh, that's cool, man. It's something that we heard in the background. But yeah, Hercules, Kevin Sorbo hype. He got bodied. He got punched in the face.
And then he went over to God's not real.
Yeah, his head is a toilet. So we're gonna move on to the next one. I had a good one in. Oh yeah, number 15. So a Red Dead Redemption 2 game map was reportedly leaked, and the story of the game is rumored to be a prequel to the original game. What are your thoughts, and what are you hoping to have for this upcoming title?
Okay, first off, I'm tired of prequels now. I'm tired of prequels.
What?
No,
Hold on. What? Hold on. Wait.
Wasn't
Okay.
Red Dead Revolver a prequel?
Yeah, like what?
Hold on, wait, hold on. Red Dead Revolver was a prequel?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Red Dead
Revolver
Revolver
had,
is about the father of the main character in Red Dead
Yeah,
Redemption.
that's John Marston. John Marston. That's
I thought
Red Dead Revolver was about. Yeah, Red Dead Revolver was about John Marston and his like how he was in that gang before he the events of Red Dead Redemption, and it pretty much explains, I'm guessing, like why he's out for revenge at the beginning of Redemption. It's about him though. Like that's the prequel. That's the game before Red Dead Redemption. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about with the prequel to Red Dead Redemption.
It might just be inaccurate rumor speak at this point.
It could.
And if anything, you might see like perhaps flashbacks to Red Dead Revolver. But outside of that, I really, if anything, I don't think it would be a prequel. I think it would just continue the story.
It has to be like something else in the universe concerning another character, because that's the only thing I can see at this point, or just anything to do with Jack Marston.
Mhm.
So that's another possibility.
I thought that I thought that Red Dead was like mostly, you know how Rockstar does, right? Where they try to take a protagonist and they try to make something new with the sequel. So I always thought like Red Dead, like Revolver was standalone and Red Dead Redemption was also standalone. But I didn't know that they were related. Actually, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you don't have to play Revolver though. Like from what I hear, I haven't played it, but I hear you don't have to actually play that just to play Redemption, because it's not important. It basically just explains like what John Marston did before Redemption. So, but yeah, that was technically the first game, and Redemption is sort of a semi prequel, I guess.
Okay, I'm done fapping.
There, stop choking that chicken.
Well, I actually am eating chicken.
So there's some shenanigans with the Red Dead Redemption sequel.
This is what I heard. I just heard about the game map being leaked, even though the game isn't out. So I don't see how this is possible. Yeah, it's rumors speak, like Don was saying. But I do hope that, you know, this becomes a thing. I kind of am disappointed by this because they said it was going to be either this or Bully 2. And, you know, I'm kind of on the fence about that. I'd rather take Bully 2 over this.
Yeah, same here. Like, we haven't, like, how many years has it been since we got Bully?
I think that came out in 2006, 2005.
It's 2016 right now, and there's not
10 years later.
I don't know. It's Rockstar's priorities are kind of weird to me if they're thinking about doing another Red Dead Redemption and not Bully, because, you know, I don't know.
Apparently, the
like
rumor is they want to
deserves
do
a
this.
sequel.
They want to do this in GTA 6. That's the rumor.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
You know
I'm not saying Grand Theft Auto is bad. I just get tired of it, to be honest. It's like, you know, do something else.
You know, what they could do is do both Bully and Red Dead Redemption and just say anything.
Yeah, that would please both sides.
A lot of people, you know, sometimes you'll hear rumors of something, but then it ends up turning out to be something else, or you actually get surprised by something. So, you know, announcements and rumors change all the time, and rumors aren't necessarily accurate, but, you know, it is something to keep an eye out for, because you never know what could happen. So I would say, if anything, you could see a Bully, a new Bully, a new Red Dead Redemption. Perhaps they could also be doing a new GTA, but they won't reveal it until 2017, perhaps.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say on this?
No.
Yeah, if it's a prequel, just stop. I'm tired of prequels now.
I feel the same sentiments here. You know, I want to move forward, not backward. So I guess we can move on to the next questions. Who wants to take it?
I could give it a shot.
Go ahead, Dart.
All right. I think I'll go with another trivia question, if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
If you could unify only 3 consoles together from one specific era, what would they be?
Ooh.
GameCube, PlayStation 2, and the Dreamcast.
I would agree with that.
Oh, for me, it would be the PS2, the Xbox One, you know, the first one. And the last one's kind of hard. I say the Dreamcast because nothing on the GameCube kind of impressed me.
For me, it's the Atari 2600, the PS4, and the Super Nintendo.
Chaos is canceled game confirmed.
I think what I would like is to see. Well, obviously, I would want the PS2 because it's backward compatible with the PS1. So you know that would be a reason why, if not the original PS3s that were backwards compatible with PS2 and PS1. Definitely the original Xbox because there were some titles that were interesting on that particular console. And then I say it would have to be a tie between the GameCube and the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast is interesting because you had games like Shenmue, you know, you had various other games like I'm trying to think of a good one.
Nope, that was it. Just that.
Yeah, no, it was just Shenmue. No,
Skies of Arcadia.
Yeah, like things like that. If I'm not mistaken, the Dreamcast was like an RPG machine when it was first out. And I mean, when you think about it too, there are dev kits out for the Dreamcast, and you can develop for it at this point in time, and games do come out for it to this day. So I think it'd be pretty interesting to have now. And as far as the GameCube goes, like I've always wanted to play Twin Snakes, Eternal Darkness, but I always loved remake for Resident Evil, and RE0 is a pretty interesting title, even though I haven't completed it. But that said, those are some titles that I liked on the GameCube, so that's kind of why I'm kind of split on the two.
All right.
I guess for me, it would be the Sega Genesis, the PlayStation 2, and maybe the PS4.
Sega does, Nintendo don't.
Yeah, because those consoles are the ones that I really am liking so far, so I gotta go with that. So, does anyone else have anything regarding to this question?
Other than you Figit, no.
God damn.
PS4, the Vita, and the 3DS. There you go.
Oh,
Well, that's not a bad combination, honestly.
I'm surprised to see someone talk about the Vita after all this time.
Nah, PS4, Vita, and the PC.
Well, you know you can emulate half of that stuff anyway, so.
Yeah.
Mind if I go that?
Yeah, go ahead, Chaos.
Alright, number 13, with games like Gears of War 4 getting microtransactions for their multiplayer modes, how long do you think this microtransaction trend will continue? Another example is GTA 5 made $500 million in just microtransactions alone.
My God!
Wow. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, $500 million. What can you do?
Unfortunately, we have a lot of new gamers coming in, and you know, I say unfortunately because that a lot of these gamers have not, you know, played games pre PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 era, you know, so they're kind of used to the whole micro pay to win business model, and it's kind of it's really frustrating to see because they're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, and you know, someone like myself, and I know most of you have probably played pre those eras or before those eras, and can see the problem with that, and a lot of these gamers don't, or they're jumping in, they're mobile gamers, and they're now starting to jump into console gaming or PC gaming, and they're just like, oh yeah, there's nothing. I'm totally fine with paying for a game that I've already paid $60+ for, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I know for some countries or in some places, there are laws that prevent you from spending a certain amount, and that does help to an extent. But I think what needs to be done is that microtransactions for paid games, not free to play, but paid games, should be illegal, in my opinion, because you've already paid for the product. You shouldn't be paying for something that can easily be unlocked within the game. DLC, on the other hand, is
fair game,
add-on stuff, but it is what
Yeah, I think the whole microtransactions thing, like you said, a lot of these casual gamers are now coming into gaming and they're used to microtransactions because it sort of goes back to the whole smartphone app stuff, because that's where a lot of them get at least start playing games is cell phone applications, or just stuff like Flappy Bird, whatever. Fuck, I'm not familiar with any of that
Flappy
crap.
Bird.
Flappy Bird.
You mean I stole
Fappy
assets from
Birds.
Mario Bird?
Yeah, that. So they're used to stuff like that, and they're used to spending money on pointless crap, I guess. And they haven't really. That's the problem, is they haven't really started with older games where it doesn't require you to buy all this extra stuff that you really don't need, like costumes or all these cosmetic stuff. Like, that's the main problem I have with microtransactions is I shouldn't have to pay for that kind of thing. It should already be in the game, in my opinion. And that's how it was like years ago. Like, it was already in the game. You don't have to pay for that.
Back in PS2 days and somewhat the PS3 days.
Yeah, and to add on to that, like I've started to see a lot too, like if it's a game of a sequel, or if it's a continuation or a reboot or something, they'll include DLC of costumes you would think would be just there as unlockables to kind of remember the legacy of a certain franchise or something like that, rather than you'd think it'd be an unlockable, but they turn it into DLC, unfortunately, and really sucks when it does become DLC, because you'd think it would be an unlockable.
Yeah,
One
they
of
did
the
that with, sorry.
One of the things that I think is gonna need to change is you have way too many gamers. The reason
he cut off.
Dark, you went rip.
Sorry. The reason microtransactions as well as DLC have gone as out of hand as they have been, is because gamers are too willing to accept having not necessarily costumes, but parts of game, including story or game modes, or in the case of Killer Instinct, a whole roster of characters taken out in favor of buying things piecemeal. And until gamers realize that they are getting cheated at the end of the day, nothing is gonna change.
There is actually an image that floats around on the internet. I see it every once, of a burger, and they do a comparison. Like, this was like back in the day, and your expansions was basically the like the mustard and ketchup bottles, whereas like now it's like you just get a plain burger, cheese, mustard, any toppings you would put on a burger is now considered add-on stuff, and your expansions are still what it was before, and they just really gutted out or added on to what expansions were, or should be considered.
I've seen that image. It's such an accurate representation of what the industry has kind of become in that regard.
And I know I've been kind of talking quite a bit, but I just want to bring up one last point. But it'd be like if I was a car salesman and I sold you all a car, but here's the catch: you have to buy the tires, you have to buy the steering wheel, and you have to buy the seats after you've paid for the car, and you paid full price for that car. it'd be exactly the same way if the car industry tried to do something like that, or any other industry tried to do that.
It's complete bullshit. Like, I mean, you aren't gonna go into a burger joint and you're gonna get half a burger. You know what I mean? After you pay for the full thing, there has to be some sort of I guess standard when it comes to this stuff like this. Like, people have to put their foot down. I think the reason why it's so successful is because people buy it, and if people stop buying it, then it wouldn't be successful. Yeah.
The people usually defending this are the casuals who are used to being nickel and dimed, who are used to buying, stuff for their, smartphone games or whatever. And, it's pretty much like, I don't know if I'd say Stockholm Syndrome, but it's like they're used to it and they don't know anything else.
Right.
So
they play to win.
They'll defend it.
Pay to win.
It was like I was saying earlier. There are places I think mostly in like South Korea and Japan, there are places where they limit the amount that you can spend because these companies are getting away with so much, and it really screws over the consumer rather than the company themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but the days of full-blown content are the days of yore. So.
Expansion packs are no more.
Yeah, expansion packs are no more.
I long for the days of expansion packs, man. Those were great.
Right, can I take this next one?
True. The Witcher 3 has expansions.
Sure you can, Reapers.
Souls is pretty good on
I actually want to put in a bonus main question. Speaking of things that don't exist, Ruben Langdon denies Devil May Cry 5.
Oh my god.
Can you mind if I start off with this one?
Go ahead, Dom.
Of course.
So, we go from a man who, and I respect the man, but come on, we go from a man who started the rumor only to deny it. And then we see leaks of a possible Devil May Cry 5, and we've been getting hints constantly about this Devil May Cry 5. Something doesn't smell right, like we had the image with Johnny and Ruben and mocaps. Go fucking home and take a shower, kid.
Yeah, salt.
But you got all these, you got images of Ruben and John cap suits. You have Ruben going around at first saying that it's happening, but he can't officially confirm it, only to now say that, oh no, it's not happening. And I think it's really just PR talk, and James was saying this too, it just seems like it's just PR talk, if anything. So with that said, it's probably happening, and he's just being told not to say anything because it's becoming official.
Dom, are you saying that you're debunking his debunker?
Oh, if you're saying that, I'm saying that a Devil May Cry is happening, and he's just saying no because of PR, then yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
There you have it.
Yeah, this is basically damage control, considering the fact that we already saw the mocaps of Johnny Young Bosch and Ruben Langdon. We already saw them prancing around in it. We already saw them constantly, taking pot shots at the Devil May Cry reboot's expense. So it's natural that something is in the works. And the last thing that Ruben said was he was at E3 and Capcom is there. So if you put two and two together, something's happening. Some fucking mystery man bullshit is happening where, they're planning something and they want to get people excited, but they cannot reveal everything. So the damage control statement is, I don't know about it. This game, it doesn't exist, and then about like 2 months later, oh, here's Devil May Cry 5, here's the trailer. There you go, go watch it.
Totally not DMC5, guys.
Yeah.
Ren, this is like the Da Vinci Code for freaking Dom and Jay trying to uncover it's like it has to be Devil May Cry 5.
Da Vinci Code.
I do have to ask though, would that mean that the reboot is no longer considered a reboot because of the fact that Devil May Cry 5 is happening? Is it just going to be called a spin-off or an alternate
It might as well be.
because I mean, you know, the developers, and when Capcom was, whenever they were talking about that, they kept flip-flopping when it came to that. They were talking about, you know, oh, it's a reboot. No, it's a parallel universe. No, it's its own thing. No, it's in an alternate dimension, and they just kept flip-flopping constantly about that. So I want to know from Capcom and Ninja Theory, is that like an official thing where it's just no longer going to be considered a reboot, and it could just be considered whatever the fuck you want to consider it?
Considering not ever a game that doesn't exist ever.
Exactly.
I think it's it's mostly because the reboot failed so bad. They're like, well, that didn't work out, so we might as well give the fans what they want and, you know, continue the original series that everybody knows and loves. You know, fuck this reboot shit. Nobody liked it.
Oh God,
Well,
I don't
some
even know
people-
why
some
it
people
needed
liked
one.
it, but-
I don't
Yeah,
even know
there
why
was
it needed one in the first
two
place.
people that liked it.
Two
There were like
people.
2 people that liked it, you know. And
I'll
they
be
made
honest,
fun
it's
of it.
okay. Like, people are gonna hate me for this. It's okay. Like, it's all right, but it's not It's not Devil May. It's not Devil May Cry.
Shameless
Like,
plug.
Definitely.
Shameless plug. If you want to go read my review or watch it or whatever, I gave it a 3 out of 5. That's it. It's
Ruben,
average at best.
I said Definitive Edition was not worth picking up at its full price point. I said it was worth maybe at $15 at best, considering that the fixes in Definitive Edition do help it in some case. It is a more broken port of DMC.
Well, Dom is going
You
motherfucking
literally
savage.
get a Renegade. You get a game over screen in tutorial mode or training mode.
I saw that. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
I don't mean to
Devil May Cry,
diverge.
Devil May
I don't mean to diverge, but you know, how is it that the DLC that's already on the disc for Definitive Edition more broken than the main game?
Damn.
Damn.
I'm just saying.
All right, Ruben, you hear that? You're not fooling Dom. You're not fooling him.
Yeah.
He knows.
You're not pulling no wolf tickets.
Since Reapers brought that up, do you mind if I bring up one thing that isn't in the document really quick?
Go ahead.
So obviously we knew about GameStop wanting to publish games and develop games. So GameStop reveals their new publishing firm or label, and you know, Ready at Dawn and Insomniac and more, you know, kind of back this one up. But Game Trust is what they're calling it, and it's the dumbest fucking logo I've ever seen in my life. But you know, we'll see what comes of this. I don't trust fucking GameStop. I hope none of you trust GameStop. But that said, I will drop the link for this down.
Oh my god.
That looks like a Japanese kanji symbol.
It does.
It's a Weeaboo logo.
I expect them to, like, you know, publish like movie tie-in games and whatnot, and you know, they're gonna try to push that fucking shit as hard as they can at their stores.
It's sad to me that GameStop has so much power now. Like, they're now trying to get into the games industry, and it's not enough that they're fucking everywhere and that, you know, they take over every local game business and run them out and replace it with the GameStop.
Yeah, it's a monopoly, but luckily the only thing that's you know, kind of going against that now is, like, you're seeing like places like Best Buy, for example. Now they're starting to take used games, and I think Walmart is even starting to take used games. And
yeah,
you know, as much as I hate like the placeholder covers that they give, you know, like GameStop and Best Buy and whatnot, I will give Best Buy credit that GameStop does not do. What I've seen at Best Buy when I was there a while back, when I went on my trip, was that they actually reseal their used games, and they'll put the sticker on the new seal, as opposed to putting stickers all over the box. I will give Best Buy props for that. Whereas GameStop, they don't give a fuck about the games. They'll throw out the manuals, they'll throw out cover art, they'll throw out working consoles. And, you know, this is why you see, like, dumpster dive videos and things of that nature. Because GameStop, you know, does it themselves. They throw out perfectly working consoles and stuff.
Isn't that the shit where they cut the disc?
When they toss out, no, that's field destroying, where they actually field destroy games, but or headsets and things of that nature. But there are times where they just throw out perfectly fine and working consoles, headsets, and anything else you can really think of.
Yeah, they do that too. They field destroy it too.
Yeah, they'll field destroy it, but in some cases they don't.
Damn.
And this is why you even have dumpster dive video to begin with.
Go on, Dark.
The big issue I take with GameStop is the fact that at the end of the day, they push selling used games. They push their own stuff, in which it's basically, more or less, it's stealing from developers, because they do not see a penny that is made from selling those used games or anything like that. So, I just can't get behind that. And also a lot of their policies, especially their return policies, they're just in general a bad company with very bad practices, and I will be so glad when eventually people wise up and stop buying from them.
One other thing, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Ren, but we should also bring up the fact that they like to gut open new games and sell them as new. They'll put a price sticker on a new game that's been gutted open and basically turning it used, but you, the consumer, usually will not know that. So basically you just drove out of a car lot with a used car that was being sold to you as new, essentially, because that's how it worked, basically.
Man, with all these practices, I am so glad I don't shop at GameStop no more. I remember going into one store and it was totally like torn apart, like games all over the place. I remember there was one incident I had where I went into a GameStop and I wanted to buy something used, and it was Mega Man X8. So when I went to do that, these fuckers here weren't willing enough to check the case, and I opened it and I found a slice of cottage cheese on my game disc. I'm like, how do you guys even function? How are you alive for allowing this? My game is destroyed. It's like it didn't work because they just didn't give a shit. So I am because of that incident, I am so glad I don't shop there anymore. If I'm gonna get something, I'll get it from Amazon.
You know what GameStop is? You know what it is, essentially?
What?
GameStop is the McDonald's of video games.
Oh, man.
Like, that's what it is. It's fast food. Think about it. They're everywhere. McDonald's is everywhere. McDonald's makes crap food. It's not good for you, but, it's convenience. GameStop, well, it varies, but, most of the time they don't care about the quality of their games. You go in and only there because it's convenient, and they're fucking everywhere. So it's McDonald's. That's what this is, McDonald's.
Yeah.
That's all.
We're all gonna get diarrhea, and it's not gonna be good. But Brandon, you were saying something?
That,
yeah, I was saying that McDonald's had traces of human meat in their stuff. So
what? I heard about the pink slime thing, but fuck.
Oh man, we need to move on because I'm laughing.
Cannibals in
Cannibals?
Yeah, we should move on.
Electors working.
Welcome to McDonald's. Materials of cannibals.
I was gonna share a GameStop story myself, but I think we should probably move on.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Who wants to go next? Is Blue Space still here? Or is he like quiet?
No, he died.
All right. Well.
I want to make one joke though. I want to see Anthony Hopkins serve a Whopper or something. This is authentic meat.
Hello, Clarice. Would you like this burger?
We don't hear you, Blue Spade.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear you, man.
Is he having mic issues or something?
He might.
Maybe.
Yeah, he might. Well, I guess in the meantime, until we get to him, we could have Mr. Chaos do another question.
Hold on. Okay. I guess I'll do number 18. Quantum Break was revealed to be a 4-hour-long playthrough if you skipped all the scenes and played the game throughout. How do you feel about video games that have more cutscenes than gameplay? And would you be disappointed if this goes especially somebody made a typo here. And would you be disappointed if this especially goes for AAA titles?
It already kind of does at this point. I mean, it really does.
It's kind of been a thing for a while, to be honest, ever since like stuff like Indigo Prophecy.
Heavy Rain.
Indigo Prophecy, Heavy Rain, David Cage stuff. It's I think David Cage, I don't know if I'd say he started the trend, but you know, he kind of popularized it with games having a lot more cutscenes than gameplay. So it kind of started with that. Then we got stuff like The Order, which was also like a 4-hour, pretty short game. I literally picked up that game and beat it in a day. So it's really short. And it has more cutscenes than gameplay. So yeah, we already have stuff like that. It's nothing new, but it's I think the thing with Quantum Break is they hyped it up so much, and they're like, oh, it's going to be a system seller. But that's essentially you saying, you know, something like The Order is going to be a system seller. It's not. You know, you're not going to sell anything. It's one of those games you're going to pick up and you're going to put down, you know, and you're never going to look at it again.
Chaos. It's funny that you mentioned it, actually, because people that gave The Order crap doesn't give this the Quantum Break game crap for having
because they have buyer's remorse.
Yeah, it's strictly biased shit. Like, you cannot just simply say, oh well, Quantum Break has this sort of same symptom where it has mostly cutscenes and it's mostly a 4-hour driven game in terms of gameplay, whereas The Order has the same thing, but when it comes to that, they can bash on that all day. It's like non-stop. The PlayStation has like all these short games and it's remastered Station 4 and all this other shit. But when it comes to Quantum Break, it's like, oh, well, the game's perfect. 10 out of 10. Great game, great experience. You know, this isn't a problem at all. And that's probably the reason why, because you have so many Xbots that are so delved into their ways that they can't judge their own products. I'm personally the type of guy that is like, I'll play a game, but I will judge it on its own merits quickly. I don't care what system it's on. I don't care what platform. I will judge that game strictly on its own merits. And if it's short, if there's not enough gameplay, then that's going to factor into the review. And if I cite it as a negative, that's what it's going to be, because I will like more out of my game than just cutscenes.
Yep.
Yeah, I would. You know, there have been games that have been 4 hours long, and you know, not all of them are particularly bad, like Quantum Break or The Order 1886. But you know, like for example, one of my
jokes.
Well, we kind of came up with that together. So, but you know, like one of my favorite games is Onimusha Warlords, and that game, the PS2 version is about roughly 4 hours. You can beat it in about 3 hours and 50 minutes, right around that time basically. But that game is good because it has some replay value and interesting story, and the gameplay is really outshines itself there. The re-release version, or the quote-unquote director's cut version of it, Genma Onimusha, adds in about another hour's gameplay because they reorganize all the stuff, add in some new sections to the game, and increase the difficulty. So when it comes to something like that, you know, that was kind of a little bit more acceptable considering the time that game came out in. But you know, we're in 2016. That was like back in 2001, I want to say 3 is when Genma got released. I could be wrong on that, but you know, compared to then, now that's very unacceptable for a game. A game needs to be much longer than that. I think arguably most people expect that they at least put in a good 30 to 40 hours in their games, if not more than that.
Yeah, like, I want to ask you guys an important question. What should be the average length of a AAA game?
8 hours.
8 to 10 hours for me, personally.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think that it needs to be much longer than 8 hours, because I think there needs to be a lot of
I was saying at the minimum 8 hours.
I still feel like that's not enough. I feel like what needs to be the standard is at least 20 to 30 hours per. Because if you're not getting 20 to 30 hours, then it's 8 hours you could have spent on another game that could provide that.
That's also taking into account the genre and everything. Like if it's an action adventure game like Uncharted, that's understandable. If it's it takes you about 8 hours or so to beat it. If it's an RPG, like you can spend a ton of hours in that. But it also factors into the genre. So
perhaps.
Well, for single player, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Like maybe 8 to 10 hours. That would be great if they did more than that. There can be those moments where a game might feel too long if they decided to overlap that. So I think that when it comes to replay value, that can be expansive as the gamer sees fit. But if they add a lot that you can go back and play it more and more and more, it will justify your purchase.
I mean, I guess with I have to agree to that statement. It could depend on the job. I think at that point it should maybe be like around 10 to 12 hours if you take that into consideration. But that's assuming if you're just going through the straight playthrough and not doing optional stuff.
Yeah, and I think it depends. In this situation, it definitely depends because you have overly long games like Resident Evil 6. And it's not really good going back and playing those campaigns, constantly because of how stupid they are. But
aren't those just long because they have multiple campaigns, though?
It's that, and they try to pad it out to 5 chapters each. So it's definitely long, but some chapters are better than others.
Yeah, in that case, yes, it would be a problem if, the game drags itself on together. But if it's a good game, I think that you should be getting, about 30 hours, if not more than that, from it.
Yeah, more bang for the buck, basically. All right, so I guess we could move on to a trivia question. I'll answer this one. This is trivia question number 6. Have you ever broken your gaming equipment, for example, a console, a game, or a controller, in sheer rage when playing a game? Have you ever gotten to those limits? Did you ever try to control your anger also when it came to these moments? And this question was from me. So who wants to take it first? I kind of want to go last.
I do.
Go ahead.
Sometimes when I'm playing Tekken, I do get mad because sometimes Tekken can be BS. Like the hip-hops in Tekken, it is ridiculous. Yeah, it makes me mad sometimes. Like, how do you do that? I sidestep. Bullshit.
I think I broke my controller when I was trying to beat Gil on Third Strike when I was a kid.
Damn. Well, fuck Gil. I fought him. Fuck him.
Yes, Gil sucks. Well,
yeah, I
I
used to have I still do to some extent. I used to have anger management problems. I got pissed pretty easily. But the only time I've ever really almost not broken something, but I kind of a little bit broke it. It still works, but it's kind of cracked. I did out of rage was I think I was playing Alice Madness Returns. There was a really tough fucking enemy I was trying to fight, and he kept killing me. I just got really pissed. I just threw my controller. I was using a PS3 controller. I just threw it down really hard. Fortunately, I've got carpet flooring, so if it was like hardwood, it probably would have suffered more damage. But I just kind of cracked the sides of it a little bit to where it kind of there's kind of a small little gap where you can see sort of the interior of it, but it's not too bad. It still actually works. I'm surprised it still works, but yeah, that's the only time I've really gotten so pissed. I have thrown controllers, but I am more sensible about it now. I'll just throw it onto my bed or something like that. I won't throw it on the ground. But yeah, that's the only time I've really kind of sort of broken something a little bit, but it still works. So I guess it's not really broken.
Everything works with duct tape.
I haven't broken anything, but I did rage while playing Arena Mode in Armored Core Masters of Arena and called the game a cheating bitch.
Cheating bitch.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes, we can.
Ah, finally. Yeah, it's just don't know what went wrong there.
That's cool, man. We're still, talking about stuff. We're talking about basically, have you ever raged at a video game and have you broken something in the process?
Yes, I did. It was, and I was glad I had a spare controller at the time. I was playing. What was I playing? I was playing the Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge game a few years back. I was fighting this one boss that I thought I beat. Then he came back to life. Then I lost to him over and over and over again.
The dinosaur boss?
No, it was like the right. What was it? The Ryu doppelganger.
I hate that boss. I feel your pain
God.
there. I nearly broke my controller there too.
I got so mad. I threw my controller and broke partially cracked the handle on one of my controllers. So I had to use a new one and restart the entire level from scratch. It was so bad, but I was so glad I beat that game.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 3 is terribly balanced.
From my experience, I haven't actually done that, but my little brother would throw the controller down on the ground, especially whenever I beat him in anything. So, yeah. And then I also had a friend really get pissed off at a game or something. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I used to have a friend like that as well, where he used to get mad at me for playing him in SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. And every time I would beat him, he would try to, he wouldn't slam his controller, but he would try to fucking cheat and go to my controller port and unplug it. I was like, you cheating, bitch. You mad? You are mad, good sir? But, as for pure rage, I think that one game made me really mad. I didn't throw anything, but I was just really fucking pissed, was the Senator Armstrong fight on Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. It was playing with Sam, the DLC, and I was playing it on Revengeance difficulty, so I had to go through it without getting hit. And let's just say that entire fight could suck my dick. How to damage him is ridiculous. You have to basically do a taunt and buff him up, and he would basically be 50% faster, and you cannot block. So
yeah, I do not like Sam's DLC that much, honestly.
Yeah, so you have to use this dodge move that basically has a limited amount of iframes. And he does this one move where he sort of meteors around the screen, and if he touches you, you get hit. So I had to do that fight like 50 times. 50 times before I beat him without getting touched. And it was a nightmare. I was this close to taking my PS3 controller, stomping it into little tiny pieces. So that's my only rage moment so far.
Speaking of rage, shout out to Satilius.
Oh god.
The rage master.
He throws his controller like no tomorrow. But Blue Space, since you just got here, we just finished up a trivia question. So, do you want to take the next question since you got back?
Yeah, since I can finally talk in here. So I'll pick a trivia question as well.
Alright.
It's one of mine. Which one of the two would you prefer? A short game with a great story, or a long game with a less than favorable story?
That's kind of hard for me, actually. I wouldn't mind. I'm in the mindset where I wouldn't mind a good story, so I would have to pick the short game with the great story. Games with long stories and it has basically less than favorable events in it, it could kind of pad things out, like Resident Evil 6, for example. So,
Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
Fantasy
13, yeah.
13.
I was gonna say 15. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
But I think that basically there's those moments where you feel like if a game is too long but the story sucks in the process, you're going to be in the mindset of if it doesn't have good gameplay, you're going to want it to end. So I had to pick the short game with the great story because I think that would be a lot more better. It'd be short and sweet. It was something like Metal Gear Rising in a sense where I liked it. It was short. It was straight to the point. It had a hilarious antagonist, and I really enjoyed Senator Armstrong. So that's when the game got completely batshit crazy. But the game knew how to
make America great again.
Yeah, the game got really batshit at that point, but it was really hilarious to see how it unfolded. So, and it was over at a good amount. So I would enjoy a game like that.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'd prefer a short and good story. But then again, there are also other things that factor into that. Like if the game has really good gameplay, I can kind of ignore it having a bad story sometimes. But
Yeah.
you know, most of the time, yeah, I would prefer a good story.
Yeah, it's definitely differing principles to how that would operate. If the gameplay is really good, then I definitely won't mind. There's been plenty of games that had sucky stories, but it had good gameplay, which I can pass off as guilty pleasures. So, go ahead, Dom.
I would say that I'm kind of split between. There are some games that are really long that are good, and then there are some that are really bad, and that would also apply to short games as well, where they're not really that good. Actually, two games that I can think of. Obviously, Metal Gear. You know, it's short and it's really good, and I really enjoyed the gameplay. I just kind of wish that there were a few changes here and there, and maybe if it was a little bit longer, but of course, due to its development history, it kind of had to be short, so it's kind of understandable as to why it is. And then there's Onimusha, which again has a little bit of developmental history as to why it's short, and despite that, the reason why I like it because of the fact that it's short is because it's kind of like a Japanese samurai horde in a sense that you can actually play. And I would actually argue it's a game that, despite being short, is great, but it can also be a good example of how to do a quote-unquote cinematic experience for a game well.
I agree with that 100%, man.
Yeah.
What about you other guys?
No, for me, I like video games that has story and really, really good gameplay.
I'd probably take the short one with the good story, though, after I beat it.
What about you, Darkstalkers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely for. I would much rather have a short game with a good story.
Yeah, same here. I mean, if it was a long game and it got too drawn out, then I would just lose interest like halfway through the game. Like shorter games like Quantum Break just recently, had a good story even though it had limited gameplay. It was still fun.
So I think for this question is pretty much done, unless someone has anything to say about it. But Don wants to take the next one.
Yeah, so
Alright.
I was actually going to do a trivia question.
Everyone on the trivia questions kicks.
Or actually,
Back at it again.
Yeah, I'll leave those last.
Alright, that's cool.
I want to jump over to number 4, which is actually a pretty interesting one. There has been a recent post on Reddit where the question was about user satisfaction on or towards PlayStation Plus, and it was basically negative. What would you personally want to do with the service for PlayStation Plus to be more beneficial to consumers? In my personal opinion, one of my biggest problems with it is that you can't keep the free games that you get. And with more recent stuff, one of the biggest problems is that you are forced to have it for online play, which is also a big problem. Another issue that I think we brought up before when we talked about PlayStation Plus in a previous podcast is that in some instances when there's a sale and it's either exclusive for PlayStation Plus or PlayStation Plus somehow gets a benefit from that, you are sometimes forced to pay the remaining amount in some cases, and I really wish that wasn't.
Don cut out on his point.
Rip.
Oh,
That cut off.
Yeah.
Rip.
Did you need me to repeat that last bit?
Yeah, repeat it.
So basically, I was just saying that, in previous podcasts, we talked about how when there's a sale for PlayStation Plus, you are kind of forced to pay the remaining amount in some cases, if not pay the full amount.
Oh my god, it happened again.
Rip.
Holy
Down
fuck! Okay.
got bodied.
Okay. Basically, I'm saying is that we shouldn't have to pay the remaining amount or pay the full amount if we had PlayStation Plus.
All right, that got across.
That's weird. I didn't know that. No, you have to pay the rest, or the full. So wait, you have to pay the full amount if it's on sale?
You have to pay the full amount if you got the game for free. You have to pay the remaining amount if you got a game or a piece of DLC on sale, and PlayStation Plus was impacting that sale in some way.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't know. Honestly, the games I've seen recently for PlayStation Plus, I have not been too impressed with. I feel like they used to have just a better selection. They've really been lacking lately. I don't know what's been going on with that. I'm not trying to shit on indie games, but there's just been a lot of indie games that have not been too good. I think one of them was like the Unfinished Swan or something like that. Was one of them I heard wasn't that great. I haven't played it myself, but it doesn't really look like something I'd be into. So there's just been a lot of stuff like that. It just feels like they're being really lazy with the choices. And yeah, obviously it is bullshit that you have to have it. So obviously, if I were to make any changes, it would be that's optional, like it should have been, like it was with the PS3. I don't know why they changed that. So I would have kept it optional. I would have put more thought into the games I put up for each month instead of just kind of slapping it together like they seem to be doing right now with the games. So that's what I would do.
Fair enough.
Can I go next?
Go ahead.
If it's up to me, I will let people have access to the PS2 games and have access to the older free games that were available previous months. I think it's kind of ridiculous that you don't have access to those free games as well, especially Sony's first-party title. I mean, it's their games; they ain't gonna lose anything.
Yeah.
And that I will make games that were actually free, completely free, like Xbox. Once you download the games for Xbox Live Gold, it's yours completely.
Yeah. Brandon basically took the words out of my mouth. That exactly is what I would do for the consumer. I mean, let them have a memento if they use your service. And I think that their libraries are lacking. One thing I definitely will port over is the PS1 classics to the PS4, because not a lot of people might have a PS3. Not a lot of people can go back and get a PS3. So they want to keep their PS4s and they want to have that option available. So why not just import PS1 classics, make it more diverse, put more new games up there, and let people have the opportunity to use that as a storefront.
Also, as an incentive, real quick, I will have PS Now as a bonus or as a discounted price.
Yeah, it's way too high and ridiculous now. I won't buy that service ever again.
Ren, I was just going to say that, how, like, as far as the PS2 games that are already available on PS3, would you also want to see that carried over to PS4? And then for PlayStation 1 games in particular, there are some PlayStation 1 games that people would prefer over others, or the PC versions of those PlayStation 1 games available. Like, for example, there's Resident Evil Director's Cut, the DualShock version available, but a lot of people would prefer either the other Director's Cut or the original Resident Evil. How would you feel about something like that in terms of like porting all that over?
I feel well. I have 2 points. Number one is basically, I feel that they should be able to take those PS2 games and remaster them with trophy support and put the 1080p 60 FPS moniker on there, because that's what they're basically advertising that as, is you can emulate these games at a certain resolution, at a certain frame rate, and it has trophy support. So take all those games and basically slap all those on there and put those in the PS2 to PS4 store. As for the remasters of old PS1 games, how about they make that into a new service, PS1 Classic Remaster, where they take the old games, they put stuff on them that, I mean, they could use the PC versions that will make them look better, and then they could put trophy support, and that's all they have to do, and that's it.
Yeah, just upscale them, make them run at a higher resolution. That's pretty much all I have to do.
Yeah, that's all they have to do is just upscale them, put them at, put the trophy support in there, and then sell them. And a lot of people will go back and buy those games because I don't think that a lot of people played updated versions of Resident Evil 2, for instance, where they had higher difficulty levels only available on PC with the Platinum version. So I think that would be a nice little incentive to have in case they want to go back and put out older games that came from PC that might be better than the console versions were.
Yep, and as I mentioned before, the director's cut is only available on PS3, and a lot of people would prefer the original version as a director's cut for Resident Evil 1.
Yeah, so I think that would be good things to take into consideration if they are deciding to enhance the PS Store. But I think that at this point, for PS Plus, it seems that Sony really just keeps pounding out the indies, and that seems to be a lot of people's problems with it, is that their free stuff doesn't seem to be too good.
At least Sony is very indie friendly, unlike Microsoft at first. If you remember, they had to release the game on their platform first, or not at all.
Yeah, they were fucking assholes back in the day. I'm sorry, if you supported Microsoft back in 2013, then it must be something going on with you. You must be very anti-consumer, because that Xbox One reveal where they had the DRM, you couldn't have internet. You had Don Matrick there insulting everyone under the sun. It's like you just wanted to fucking wring his neck, because that was the most bullshit press event I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe I sat through that without facepalming, because it was just that bad. It was that terrible.
There were people that were defending the whole concept with, the 360 when if you go online with it, or go onto Netflix or anything, it's pretty essentially behind a paywall because you're using Xbox Live Gold. So
exactly, until Phil Spencer came in and just took that away.
Yeah, I like Phil Spencer. I like Phil Spencer.
Cool.
He's pretty cool. He's, it's not like he's terrible at PR like Don Matrick was. He actually, he's like a gamer like everyone else. So I think that's the type of person they should have as their spokesperson. Someone who resonates with the people, as opposed to some asshole who says, well, if you want to play online, you better go play on your 360 or some other shit like that he was saying.
If you want backwards compatibility, you better just get a 360.
Oh, yeah, that's the quote. That's the quote I'm looking for.
I feel like he did that because he knew, I better kick it into high asshole mode right now because I'm going to be, leaving this company soon, so who fucking cares, right? I'm just gonna be a total dick.
And then he was never heard from again.
He went over to that. Yeah, he went over to, what was it?
Zynga?
Fucking Zynga or whatever.
Zynga.
Yeah, who the fuck cares about
Zynga?
Who cares about Zynga?
They play, they make fucking social, Facebook games,
Yeah. And apparently he got fired from there, so that was a godsend. So, I guess we could move on to the next question. Chaos, would you like to take this one?
Sure. Let me just find one.
Hold on. Did you take the last one or not?
Which one was the last one? That was 18. Yeah. I took that one already.
Oh, okay. So, I guess we can give it to Brandon. He hasn't gone in a while.
Okay.
No, I haven't. Pick one. Let's see.
Come on, Brendan.
Oh, that's trivia questions. Shut up. Okay, see, what are your thoughts when David Harris said he has no love and therefore Hideo Kojima doesn't feel the need to go back and work with him ever again during Game Informer podcast?
Oh,
douchebag.
Either he's being a drama queen or they had some kind of falling out behind the scenes that I don't know. I mean, he seems to be bitter about the whole
MGF5 thing. Yeah.
I really can't blame the guy, to be honest.
I can't blame him.
It's been 2 years, I think. I get why he's upset about it. And he kind of got pseudo revenge in the sense that 24 is getting rebooted and Kiefer Sutherland is, Jack Bauer in that. series anymore. So, what goes around comes around in that sense. But at the same time, I just feel like he has the right to be upset, but he just needs to let it go at this point because it's been 2 years.
Yeah,
And,
be like Frozen, let it go.
and let's not forget that he's so open to going to other projects and whatnot, and like he's being put into Bloodstained. I think he's being the main antagonist in that game. So it's like people will go to whatever you act in. It doesn't really matter. The same thing with like Paul Eiding, for example. If people heard Paul Eiding in something, they'll go to that game and play it.
Yeah, I think he's better off because he's a big name, and I think that what he needs to do is he needs to take his talent and apply it to better games entirely. Like, I think that if people saw this on podcasts and they saw him acting like this and just completely demolishing, Kojima and Konami and all that, that might be seen as bad PR. Because people are going to be like, oh, I don't want this guy to do this to our game. Holy shit, nope.
And to be fair, it might not have been Kojima himself. I mean, obviously Kojima did say he wanted to replace him at one point, but for 5, it might not have been Kojima himself. It might have been Konami trying to cut corners because there was a falling out between Kojima and Konami. So
yeah, he said in general he never got a phone call back in general. So it could have been because Konami was changing so much. They went through a restructure with Konami Los Angeles that all this stuff was going on behind the scenes and they really weren't thinking about getting him back. So it might be Konami's fault in particular.
Yeah, and most everything goes back to Konami. They've just made a ton of bad decisions.
Man, they are spitting on Metal Gear Solid's grave at this point. I mean,
they're spitting on everything. They were like Pennsylvania, Silent Hill,
erotic violence.
Yeah.
Hey, I wouldn't mind erotic violence, but not in Castlevania.
Hit the lever. Oh my god. Oh man.
Pachinko machines.
No, seriously though, I wouldn't mind the erotic violence, but not in my Castlevania games. Apple.
Oh, get out, Brandon. So, we're gonna move on, unless people have opinions about this still. No.
No.
All right then. Could someone do the next question? Who wants to go for it?
All right.
Oh, Dom, you want to take it?
Yeah, I can do one more. It's.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna do one of the trivia questions.
Yeah. All right.
Short on those,
Hey,
but
Dom, your mic is really low, man. Just thought I'd let you know.
oh, I'm not facing it. Sorry.
Sorry.
But yeah, since yeah, let's just get on with it. So I'm gonna do number 7 from the trivia question. With Neo giving the free DLC for those who complete the alpha demo, keyword is alpha, do you think more developers and publishers should strive to do the same thing, do something like this for other games and their particular demos? I'll go last on this one.
I do actually, because my answer is going to be pretty much crystal clear. It gives players something to look forward to when the game is launched. Instead of just saying, here's this demo, you completed it, that's it, wait for the full game. I think that any incentives could help, even if it's just small. Like, take for example Castlevania Symphony of the Night. If you beat Dracula without getting damaged with Richter, then you get special power-ups for Alucard. Stuff like that would be amazing to go through if they did that for certain games. Like if you did something in a demo, it could have an impact in the main game itself. So I think that it's a good idea, and I don't see many developers implementing it because it's something that I've really only seen in Neo for the first time. So I think that's a great idea, and then hopefully they continue. It'll make their games a lot more dynamic, and it'll help people level up faster maybe.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. They actually included that. If you beat the demo, you get some free DLC.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
What about you, Brendan?
Sorry, what question was this?
This
Number
was
7
question
on
number
trivia.
7. Trivia, yeah.
Oh, about the Neo game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the Neo demo.
Oh, I think it's pretty cool that they come out with a demo that allows you to get free stuff. That's like going back to the PSP era. Like you get free stuff from certain games, wow, for the full game.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, bring that for every game. Come on, come on.
Some people are gonna be lazy, you know it.
Is anyone gonna go or?
I'm not sure. Is anyone else? What about you, Dark? Are you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, do you want to go for question number 7? We're on number 7 right now. Trivia questions.
Oh yeah. With the alpha demo, do you think more develop? Yeah, I agree. I think that other developers and publishers should do it.
Anybody else?
It'd give you an incentive to play the demo, which is always nice, and you get something out of it.
Oh, I have seen.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say we have seen similar practices with CD Projekt Red, where if you already have Witcher 2, for example, you get the expansion, or not the expansion, the enhanced edition of The Witcher 2, which comes with all the extra stuff that the enhanced edition had. So you didn't. It was free. Didn't even have to buy it. Right. So I think that's a good idea for companies to implement stuff like that for if someone either has the game or if they play like a demo for the game, they get something for it. Give you more incentive to actually play the game or play more of the game. So I think that's a good idea. Yeah. I think more companies should do it. So yeah.
So Dom, it's your turn.
So I actually really like this idea, and I hope that more companies and publishers do this for their demos. The key word here is alpha, so there might be another demo following this, because usually when you say alpha, it usually tends to mean that this is like a very early build of a game. So maybe we'll have like a beta demo, for example. So with that said, maybe we can get more free DLC, or maybe for the following demo we can do like save data transfers. And that's another thing that I wish more demos and developers and publishing companies would do for their demos is have save data transfers where you can maybe get some of the skills and upgrades and everything you've done for that, and perhaps there's a secret unlock or something like the Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge demo where you can unlock Kasumi. That stuff, I would like to see more stuff like that where you can have save data transfers and unlocks and all that, and have that carry over to the full game when it comes out.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree. Like I said, it gives players more incentive to play these demos. It gives them more stuff that they could look forward to in game, and I think that it lets them know that at least they're giving a gift back to the players before they boot up the full experience, which is awesome. It's 100% undoubtedly awesome tackler. And that's a little Jeremy Johns plug, but not gonna get into all that. But I'm going to let my co-host take over because I have to take a bathroom break. So we have time for about 3 or 4 more questions. What are you guys feeling right now? 3 or 4?
I said we do
4.
3.
4.
Yes. I would go with 3 because this has kind of been going on for a while.
Stop being a bunch of pansies.
If you guys want to do 4, I'm fine with it.
Fuck you, Brendan. You guys insane shit.
Yeah, I am crazy.
But I guess we can go with 3. After that, we'll wrap up and do our outros. So I'm gonna let someone take the next question. I want it to be Reapers. You take the next question, and I will be right back.
I hurry up.
All right, bitch.
I guess I'll do number 6 since I'm looking right at it. A modder has to
cutting out a lot.
Mike's cutting out.
Oh, shit, really?
Yeah, it's cutting out a lot.
Okay. A modder has reportedly went into aliens colonial and refixed them.
So it's cutting out again.
All right, somebody else go.
I'll read it for you. if you don't
Reapers, you suck.
mind. Okay, so I'll
Apparently.
read off number 6. A modder has reportedly went into Alien god-awful Gearbox game and fixed a majority of the issues with the game itself entirely. This includes making the xenomorphs more aggressive, tweaking the human AI mechanics, and etc. What do you think of this new trend of modders making the overall game, consider whether it be a bad game or a good game, looking better and giving it better additions than the developers?
I really think it says a lot for how much the developers actually seem to care about how how much they put into the game and what the final product was like. It seems like the fans put a lot more passion into the game and actually, it's amazing to me how they actually fixed the game. Like they do this with Skyrim too, because I remember Skyrim, if you mod it to hell, it'll actually look really good on PC. It'll look really good. It'll play better. It'll have interesting mechanics. I like the idea of modding. I think it's interesting, but I don't know. I think it's a good idea because Colonial Marines definitely needs to be fixed. It was broken in so many ways on launch, and I'm glad somebody finally went in and took the time to fix it. And it's just sad to me that the developers couldn't do this, and an amateur has to come in and fix their shit. So.
It sucks, man. It really does suck when the modders does it better than the developers.
Bathroom breaks suck.
But I am back. So, have we finished this question?
We just started it actually.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I didn't interrupt anyone.
No.
I think as far as this goes, it's a good thing to see that gamers are there and trying to fix the problems that left unfixed. However, I think at the same time, though, it's just a good example of how developers, in some cases, or even publishing companies, depending on who's in the wrong here and behind the scenes, at least, how they can just take no consideration for their consumers, at least in terms of how they release a product.
Yeah, like I don't know what the logic is releasing a game that's broken. I mean, obviously you have to go through extensive playtests and you have to know how the game operates to some degree before you release it. So for some guy to just come in there, some random guy to come in there like, I'm gonna fix this game and it's gonna be better than any of the developers and what they did to date. So I mean, I can't understand how this is so hard that they just don't get the fact that we playtest this game, we make this game, and then it goes to shit, and then someone else comes in and fixes their problems. I also dislike it when people like Capcom come in and they say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong," we're excluding these features on PC. There's nothing wrong, and then the modders come in there, proven wrong. They have nothing to say.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say another example was just that I don't know if you guys know Durante. He's the guy that does the Dark Souls, fixes the Dark Souls PC port.
Yeah.
He's just one guy, and like he goes in there and he fixes the frame rate lock, resolution lock, and it's not hard because all he really does, I think, is just mess around with the ini file. And it says a lot for how much they actually worked on the PC port. He did the same thing for the Deadly Premonition PC port because that thing was also a disaster. It had a frame rate lock, FPS lock, same with Dark Souls. He went in there and he pretty much just fixed it within not even a day. It only took him I don't even know. It didn't take him very long, and it just says a lot when one guy can go in and fix everything within a short amount of time. It really says that they did not really test anything. They just put it out and said, fuck it. At least that's how I see it.
That is lazy work. That is really lazy work.
I would also like to add on the as far as like patches go and how sometimes, like Ren, you brought up Capcom and how they completely disregard patches, whether it be for the PC version or just a game entirely. Like a good example of that would be DMC Definitive Edition. That game only had one patch to fix only one bug when that game is pretty broken in terms of how many glitches there are in that entire thing. And I don't know how bad the PC version of Vanilla was, but I could assume that fans probably had to go in there.
I have the PC version, and it's pretty broken itself.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. That really doesn't sound good. I would just say that, if they need time to playtest their games, then I don't see what's wrong with giving a simple delay. If you can't fix the problems, then delay it. If you can't fix it entirely, then why are you developing the game? Those questions are going to come up whether they like it or not. So to have just one modder come in and fix all their shit, it makes them look incompetent. It really does. So I just hope that, I'm glad that these guys put the time and work in to do this type of stuff, because obviously if the developers can't do it, then I guess it's up to the hands of the gamers, which makes it a whole lot better for us playing the game that doesn't know this stuff. So I'm glad that this is a thing. Hopefully this makes people wake up and see that their games need fixing. And if it doesn't, then I just see a lot of developers getting thrown under the bus and slandered because this is happening.
Landa.
Yeah, lots of that. So I see what Dom wrote in the chat, and I'm going to take this question. This is number 1. So PlayStation 3.50 added a host of new features for the PlayStation 4. These features include a bundle of bullet points that allow users to create or implement things such as friend online notifications, the ability to appear offline, user schedule events, play together, see all members in the party easier, remote play for PC and Mac, and daily motion streaming capabilities. Basically, what are your
stream to daily motion.
Just really
yeah,
quick.
you can.
I'd like to add on that there are some unknown feature or lesser known features that the patch didn't list, like the fact that you can actually use a 4 terabyte hard drive into your PS4 or upgrade your PS4 hard drive to a 4 terabyte now.
Yeah. That is actually pretty fucking awesome. They had a cap on that as well. But to continue on, judge on the above, how would you rate your experience with all the features within PlayStation 3.50 so far? I would think that this is solid. I think that it's good that you can appear offline, you can make events, because events were broken. User schedule events were broken because you couldn't make your own event in the past. So you had to sort of, go to other events that were created by developers, and it's good that you can make your own stuff and be on task with that. I think that seeing people in the party easier, it doesn't really apply to me because I'm only in party for shared play, and if I'm using that, then that's good to see people easier, but other than that, that's it. Remote play was just okay for the most part. When it worked well, but I still don't like the fact that the graphics are all washed out. And for daily motion, I don't stream the daily motion. Appear offline is great. Friend online notifications, that's great, because there's only a certain amount of people that I would like to see online anyway. So it's solid. It's solid foundations. I just think that remote play and maybe some extra things they could do with events, because apparently you can't put like a lot of characters in event titles for some weird reason. If a game has a long title, that might be a problem, but other than that, it's pretty solid and they can build on it. I like it so far. So
Yeah,
does anyone else have an opinion on this? What about you, Chaos?
I mean, it's good that you can have connect a external hard drive, I guess, 4 terabyte hard drive, so you don't have to worry about space, which was one of the main concerns about PS4. So I mean, they sound like positive changes. I don't really have anything negative to say about any of that.
It ain't no PSN name changer shit, but
Oh
hey,
man,
4 terabytes
they-
good.
that still sucks though.
I wish they would implement something like that. Like at least do like a one-time name change or something. That would be cool, but I guess not.
I don't even care if I have to pay. Like I just want to change it.
Yeah,
You
I
shouldn't
can.
have to pay for it.
You shouldn't, but fuck, I just
I-
want the option to
I
do
will
it.
give Microsoft some props here though, because I do remember, I could be wrong, but I think for 360 you could change your name
You could.
You
for
can,
free.
but you
just
gotta
like
pay
a
for
one-time
it.
thing.
From what I remember,
I think you could do it once and then like the rest, if you do it again,
okay,
you
well,
have to
here's
pay
the thing
for it.
though. From what I remember, the Xbox Live gives you a random name, but you can change the thing for free once. Then you gotta pay to change your name again. So it's pretty much a con at that point.
Yeah, true. I mean,
Yeah, but again, as I said this before in the chat. Steam lets you do it whenever. You can change it whenever you want for free. That's really
PC
how it
mustard
should be.
race.
Yeah, PC mustard race. You can do it whenever you want.
I absolutely agree. Also, it sounds like somebody's playing Resident Evil in the back.
For whom
Sorry,
the
I was
bell
playing God of
tolls.
War and the bell's a little loud. Sorry.
Kick 'em.
For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee.
Oh goddamn! Don't quote that fucking game.
Do you mind if I go for the next question? If we're done here?
Did everyone answer their opinion on this for the PS?
I'll just go really quick before we go for the last question.
Yeah.
I can't get the remote play to work because of my shit tier internet, unfortunately. As far as the other changes are concerned, they're not bad. They're all right, but I still would like to see a name changer option.
Yeah.
And I would also like to see free PS Plus, or I mean not free PS Plus, but free PlayStation online and free PlayStation multiplayer. No, none of that PlayStation Plus stuff.
So you want it to be like PS3 was, where the PS Plus
Basically.
didn't matter. You could get online whenever.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
what I would like.
Yeah, that's
You just
pretty
want
cool.
everything for free, don't you, you pirate?
This faggot. You just want everything for free. Goddamn right.
Alright.
Alright, so I
Final
guess
question.
Final question, Blue Spade or Chaos? Who wants to take it?
I'll take it.
Okay, Blue Spade.
Okay. Since this is the last question, I'll take this one. So number 14, with Uncharted 4 releasing next month, many gamers have wondered what the length of the game is. Naughty Dog's Aaron Meyer said during a recent live stream event that the action-adventure game has a pretty significant length, and it could possibly be longer than the first 3 games. What are your thoughts? And the bullet point is also, what do you think of the idea of Uncharted 4's ending supposedly being divisive, and an ending created that not everyone will agree with?
I think that it's good that the game is going to be longer than the previous games because, you know, it gives you more room to play with, and it really shows you that this is the last game. They're going to just try to hit all the high notes and try to, you know, do things that are new and creative while sticking to the core and making it innovative, because I saw that stealth mission that they had, and it was really good. I like the fact that, you know, you can sneak up on a fort and you can sneak in there, or you can go in guns blazing. It seems like there's going to be a lot more variety when it comes to the gameplay. The only thing that I think I have a problem with is the ending. I don't know if it's going to be some cop-out thing where, you know, Drake dies or something like that. I don't know. I just hope it's not, you know, cliche and cop-out and, oh, this is really the end or something like that. If it is, I hope it makes better sense than what I'm trying to see it as, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, it makes sense for it to be longer since it's going to be the last one in the series. I would prefer it be longer. So that's good. And yeah, that bullet point kind of confused me. I was like, what do they mean by it being device? So I'm guessing
what they mean is a lot of people A lot of people are gonna argue over it. That's why it's gonna be something like Last of Us, where it, right or wrong, is going to be something that people think about.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I actually did really like about Last of Us, though, was the ending was, you know, it wasn't good or evil sort of, you know, thing, or it wasn't just this happy ending. It was kind of, it was pretty, there's a ton of shades of gray in there, and I like that.
Is it 50 Shades of
but,
Grey?
Yes. I don't know, like, yeah, I'm predicting that it's gonna have something to do with Drake dying or something like that, something dramatic like that.
Or it may have to be something about maybe between him and his brother. Who knows?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
might
possibly.
Make a choice in the end that, you know, like Drake is going used to be going for like fame and fortune, but it seems in this story he's just mostly caring about his brother, who he hasn't seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I guess I can see that being his downfall. Maybe. Yeah.
But anybody else have any opinions?
You know, I haven't played the Uncharted series, but you know, just kind of based off of my experience with The Last of Us, if they mean, and this is strictly talking about what they mean by the ending, if they mean what they did with The Last of Us ending, where things don't necessarily seem like it was good, but it wasn't bad per se. It was kind of more like in a gray area. That would be an interesting way to end it off. However, the thing is, though, is that The Last of Us ended off in the sense like, oh, well, you know, Ellie could find out at any point in time, and this could be an interesting plot device for a sequel if these two characters were to return for a sequel or something like that. So, you know, I don't know if that would necessarily work for, but you know, that's just my opinion based on my experience with The Last of Us. I'm tired.
You would then. Good lord, man. I'm judging you every day.
So, is that it for tonight?
Yes, sir.
We have 4 more questions, though.
They can be archived, though. It is getting kind of late for some people.
Man, you're a bunch of scrubs. I swear to God.
Perfect. All right, let's end this.
Yeah, let's end it. It's been like 2 hours and 50 minutes. I think that's pretty much good enough. So we're gonna do the outros.
Let's go for 4. Let's go.
This nigga Brendan, we got a movie after this. We do. We can archive it. It'll be reserved for next week. So I guess we can do our outros now. So Mr. Blue Spade, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at BlueSpade70226. You can also look at my YouTube channel, Blue Spade Plays. Or you can, yeah, that's pretty much it. Or if you want to friend me on PSN or Xbox, it's BlueSpade70226 as well.
Alright, cool. Mr. Reapers, where can we find you?
Find me on Twitter, Reapers240. You can find me on Twitch. It's the same thing. No, you cannot.
Cut out?
You cannot cut out.
You cannot cut out.
Damn it. The whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can find me at Reapers240 on Twitter and also on Twitch.
Alright, cool enough. What about you, Mr. Chaos?
You can find me on Twitter at Captain Chaos, and that's Chaos with 0. You can also find me on YouTube by the same name, Captain Chaos, no 0. I mostly do Let's Plays and reviews, and I just do a variety of stuff. So if you enjoy that thing, that kind of thing, you'll probably like my channel.
I'm going to vouch for him since he's not here. You can find Mr. Devil Hunter James at Dev Hunter James on Twitter, and you can find him on Twitch at The Hero James, or you can find his YouTube at The Hero James. It's one or the other. I kind of forget. But...
Devil Hunter James on Twitter, and on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
on
lady.
Yeah.
Sorry, ladies. He's gay.
Also, if you guys want to follow him on Twitter, on rare occasion streams, it would be the Hero James.
The Hero James, yes. I was thinking of his YouTube, which was, you know, kind of weird, because I was thinking of the URL, but I was wrong on that. So, Mr. Darkstalkers, where can we find you?
Just on Twitter at Darkstalkers47.
Alright then, did this scrub Brandon go first?
You faggot. Oh yeah, you can find me on Twitter at ArcaneMagic514. You can find me on Instagram at None Your Business.
Alright then, insulting people worldwide. What about you, Mr. Dom?
Well, you know, you can find me on YouTube and on Twitter, biodevil_Dom. I'm actually working on a new video that should be out later this week, so do look forward to that. Yeah, unless if I don't actually work on it, but outside of that, you can also follow me on Twitch as Dom241996, and basically I do streams on rare occasions as well. But that said, you know, you can follow me and look up interesting shit from me, or I don't know. I hang around with these guys all the time, so yeah.
Well,
yeah, no. Yeah, he has no life, so he didn't choose but hang around us.
Exactly.
Well, you can find me on X videos having sex with a nun.
It's on the fag tag.
Somebody's gonna put the Brazzers logo over this fucking video.
Person X.
They probably fuck you, Person X. You're gonna do that shit, you little fucking bastard. But seriously though, you can find me on Twitter at RentOperative_. You can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative.
_X video.
Get out of here, you fucking scrote. You can find the TCP at TCPHQ, and I am going to go over Brandon's house and sock him with a brick. So you guys take care. It was fun.
Good luck with that.
Remember, guys, he uploads all the videos at 1080p, 60 frames a second on
Xbox is
videos,
best box. Let's go.
Remember, hide the body.